Session of the 18th Congress is hereby called to order. Senator Franklin Drilon, the Minority Leader, will lead the chamber in prayer.
Let us put ourselves in the loving presence of the Lord. Almighty Father, we stand before you with grateful hearts as we end the legislative sessions of the 18th Congress. Through your holy presence, you have guided and helped us fulfill our duties to our people. Lord, it is only by your abundant grace that we are given the privilege to serve and to lead. We thank you for giving us the courage to respond with resounding faith to your call of grace. We pray that the lives we lead and the service we have rendered is in fulfillment of your divine purpose. John 16, verse 20 says, quote, "Truly, truly, I say to you, you will weep and lament, but the world will rejoice. You will be sorrowful, but your sorrow will turn into joy." End of quote. Lord, throughout our years in public service, we have all gone through our fair share of hardships and heartaches. But today, we are filled with overwhelming gratitude. It is more than enough that we were able to ignite a fire. We have planted a good seed of hope that future generations will reap. Thank you for showing us how fiercely we could love and care for our country. Truly, all past sorrows and anguish have turned to joy. Lord, we trust that you will continue to sustain those who have been chosen by the people to do the work that has been started by those who came before us. We pray that despite our differences, may we always be united by our desire to do good. Grant that we may continue to love and serve our country and our people, not just with words and speech, but with actions and in truth. All these we ask in your most holy name. Amen.
Amen. The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Bishop Frank. Thank you, Bishop Frank.
Yes, the Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri. Senate President Soto III is present.
With 17 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. The session is suspended. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move for the reference of business.
No, can we take up the journal first, if we're ready?
The journal. I'm sorry, Mr. President. Yes, I thought I'd taken that up earlier. Mr. President, move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 42nd session, Tuesday, May 31, 2022, and consider them as approved.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The journal is approved.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Your Honors, considering that we can no longer take up the matters contained in today's reference of business, which are yet to be read and referred, if there is no objection, the Chair or the presiding officer hereby orders that for those measures or matters included in the order of business which are to be read and referred to committees, the same shall be deemed read into the records and that the same be archived pursuant to Section 133 of our rules. And for those matters intended to be sent to the archives, as indicated in the order of business, the same are hereby deemed read into the records and sent to the archives. If there is no objection, so ordered.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are in receipt of bicameral conference. We're in receipt of some BICAM conference committee reports, particularly the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1077 and House Bill number 9030. This is the measure on the National Transportation Safety Board. May we recognize the distinguished colleague from Pangasinan, Iloilo, and the Republic of the Philippines, no other than Senator Grace Poe, to give us highlights of the report.
All right. Consideration is in order. Senator Grace Poe is recognized to report the committee, the BICAM report.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. As chairperson of the Senate contingent to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the proposed National Transportation Safety Board, I now have the privilege to report to the body the approved version of our bill. There were many conflicting provisions between Senate Bill number 1077 and House Bill number 9030, but through the perseverance of our colleagues and Senate conferees, Senators Revilla, Angara, Binay, and Pangilinan, as well as that of the House conferees, Representatives Marino, Sarmiento, Salo, Biazon, and Dagook, we were able to reconcile these differences. The Bicameral Conference Committee agreed to use the House version as the working draft, and from there the common reconciled and revised provisions were assimilated. Mr. President, among the agreements settled by the panel are the following. First, the agency shall now be called the Philippine Transportation Safety Board, or PTSD, and its role is more proactive. While it remains as an independent investigatory body, it is now also a standard-setting agency tasked with evaluating and developing evidence-based standards that are at par with international standards. Second, PTSB's jurisdiction now covers all significant transportation accidents or incidents which we qualified as, number one, alarming in nature resulting to serious physical injury or loss of life or property. Number two, cause substantial damage to or destruction of property or surroundings. And number three, catastrophic and are of a recurring character. Third, we agreed to maintain a 7-member board composed of a chairperson and representatives from the land, rail, air, and sea transportation sector and from the commuting public. Sinisiguro nito na bukod sa mga eksperto, ang mga commuters ay mabibigyan din ng boses sa mga desisyong ukol sa pagpapaigting sa seguridad ng transportation sa ating bansa. Fourth, we adopted the House of Representatives provision on prohibited interests, which precludes PTSB board members and employees from holding any other office or employment during their tenure or from engaging in any other profession or in the active management of a business which may be affected by the functions of their office. PTSB has a crucial and life-saving mandate, and thus the integrity of its board and employees should not in any way be jeopardized or compromised. Fifth, for every investigation, the board is required to report out both their factual findings in a factual accident report, which shall be binding and taken judicial notice by the court, as well as their conclusions and recommendations in a board accident report, which shall not be admissible except in administrative cases. This is in line with the universally accepted principle in accident investigation of prioritizing safety by encouraging free and full disclosure. Mr. President, this measure is long overdue. Versions of the bill have been filed as far back as the 13th Congress, almost 2 decades, and has since been championed by esteemed senators such as the late Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago and even by several of our colleagues here in the current Congress. If signed into law, this will be an important milestone for this Congress. Ngunit ang totoong magtatagumpay dito ay ang mga commuter. And to this, I cannot thank enough both the Senate and the House panels for prioritizing the overwhelming need of the many. Moreover, the passage of this bill couldn't be more timely. Noon lang nakaraang linggo, ginulat na naman tayo ng malagim na trahedya sa pagkasunog ng barkong Mercraft 2 na nagresulta sa pagkasawi at pinsala sa mga pasahero nito. And this is to unforgivably high number of transport-related deaths and accidents in recent history. From 2016 to 2020, 483 accidents have been recorded in the maritime sector, while the road sector reported a 12,487 yearly average death due to road crashes. Kailangan talaga ng ahensyang mag-iimbestiga sa mga aksidenteng tulad nito at magsasagawa ng mga hakbang upang hindi ito mangyari sa hinaharap. We should take all pains to avoid the loss of a loved one in another Mercraft 2, Tanay bus crash, or Air Philippines Flight 541. It is thus my humble submission that this bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1077 and House Bill number 9030 on the Philippine Transportation Safety Board be ratified by this chamber. Maraming salamat po.
What does the majority leader say?
Mr. President, I move that we adopt and ratify the bicameral conference committee report, the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1077 and House Bill number 9030. Let the text of the joint explanation be inserted into the records of this august chamber. Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 1077 and House Bill 9030 is hereby adopted and ratified. And before we continue, we would like to greet the birthday celebrant, Senator
that's right.
Panfilo Ping Lacson. A very happy birthday for today.
Yes, we'd like to greet Senator Panfilo Ping Lacson. A very, very happy birthday. May God bless him with 50 more birthdays to come, Mr. President. 50 more.
Congratulations and happy birthday. Happy 64th birthday.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have, initially, we were supposed to tackle today mostly privileged speeches, honoring our colleagues who are graduating from the Senate. But fortunately, we were not able to finish some of the items on the agenda and which were calendared for today. Two are resolutions, which we can easily adopt because one is on education and the other one we already agreed on, which is the e-sabong, which we can easily adopt, the recommendations of the said committees. But two are a bit controversial, Mr. President. You gave me a time limit of 4:30 to tackle these measures. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Yes, even earlier if possible.
Yes, Mr. President. On the issue on RCEP, I just want to make a record that we are only 17 in this hall. Secretary Mon is here. Baka magalit yun sa akin. I'm present. Secretary Mon, ha? Mon Lopez, the very good, able Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry, one of the best performing secretaries of this administration, and of course, one of the best performing secretaries of DTI. I just want to make note that we have only 17 members present. 17. We need a number of, the magic number to ratify a treaty is 16. I know the Senate President is in the negative on this particular issue as far as what I was told by other people. And
I was planning to abstain.
which is also a vote, it's a vote that's not in favor of a ratification. I have two colleagues on my right who are also going to move for either abstention or a negative vote. So
If the vote is 15, if
it's
the
not
vote is
ratified,
15,
Mr.
I'm willing to vote in favor. If the vote is 15.
15. The vote of 15 is willing to change his vote. So while we tackle the first item of the agenda, maybe we can do a head count. We'll ask the chairman to help me do a head count together with the secretary. We'll do a head count. Mr. President, with that, I move for the first item on the agenda. I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2215. This is the act of institutionalizing anti-drug abuse councils for every local government unit and other purposes.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Consideration is in order.
May I ask for a 1-minute suspension to allow our minority floor leader to get his notes.
Session is suspended.
okay for asking a few questions? On the drug abuse council? Mr. President, once again, we recognize our distinguished colleague from Davao del Sur, the chairperson of the Committee on Public Order and Security, Senator Batol de la Rosa, to sponsor and to interpolate our distinguished minority floor leader, Mr. President.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized and to interpret the minority leader, Senator Frank Drilon. The parliamentary status of the measure is that we're still in the period of interpellation.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Will the gentleman sponsor yield the floor to a few questions?
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, can the good gentleman spread into the record the purpose of the creation of anti-drug abuse councils all over the Philippines?
Yes, Mr. President. The objective of this bill is to institutionalize anti-drug abuse councils in every local government unit to ensure effective implementation of anti-drug policies and programs, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the record, Mr. President, how many agencies of government today are involved in drug drug prevention of proliferation of illegal drugs and involved in anti-drug campaigns? Just for the record, how many government offices are there?
Yes, Mr. President. So far, we have 61 agencies involved in the whole of nation approach in our anti-drug campaign, Mr. President.
61 agencies of government.
Yes, Mr. President.
And this bill would add how many more government offices who will be involved in anti-drug abuse?
Mr. President, this is an LGU-based approach, so the councils will be controlled by the LGUs, Mr. President, from barangay level to the national level, Mr. President, to the regional level, Mr. President.
Mr. President, with all due respect to the good sponsor, it is immaterial whether it is LGU-based or national agency or funded by the national agency, because the purpose is the same, to prevent drug abuse. So there are 61 national agencies involved in anti-drug programs and activities. And are we adding how many anti-drug councils in the provinces? I assume 81. There are 81 provinces. And there are, I do not know how many cities there are. There are about, I think, how many municipalities? About 1,000 or whatever. So, Mr. President, that is the first issue I wish to raise. Baka naman po, patong-patong na ang ahensya involved in anti-drug, and as the good gentleman spread into the record, 61 national agencies are involved in anti-drug. And then we will add LGU-based drug councils. I yield the floor to the Senate President if he wants.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. What are the 61 agencies you're talking about?
Nothing.
What are the 61 agencies in charge of the anti-drug abuse or illegal drugs enforcement and drug abuse prevention?
Mr. President, we have DILG, DepEd, DBM, Dangerous Drugs Board, PDEA, PNP, AFP, DOJ, parole and provision, what we mean by the 61 agencies, Mr. President, is that they all participate in our anti-drug campaign, Mr. President. But
I think the question of the minority leader is not in that realm. I think the question is what are these agencies that might be duplicated by the anti-drug abuse councils that you are creating? But when you say DILG, all the agencies that you are creating are under the DILG.
yes, Mr. President. Actually, there is none, Mr. President, because there is no duplication of function, because at the national level, it is the Dangerous Drugs Board that is creating and formulating the anti-drug policies of this government. So
Correct.
we just want to institutionalize at the regional level, provincial level, municipal level, city level, and the barangay level, Mr. President, because presently they are operating, their mandate is just based from department circular, DILG, the creation of these anti-drug councils, Mr. President.
Perhaps the answer to the question of the minority leader, to clarify, is that there are specifically 3 agencies that are involved in this the anti-illegal drugs and drug abuse program of government. The DB, the enforcement arm, which is the PDEA, and the Philippine National Police. No? The anti-drug abuse, those are the institutionalized. The anti-drug abuse councils are created by the local government units themselves. Ano? And what you want to do in this bill is to institutionalize it in all cities and municipalities and provinces. Isn't that the answer?
Yes,
Your
Mr.
Honor?
President. Yes, Mr. President.
Parang ganun eh. So the 61 agencies that the sponsor is talking about are not directly involved.
They are not really members of the council, Mr. President. They are just involved in the implementation of the anti-drug policies of this government. They are participants, Mr. President, participants in the whole of nation approach as far as anti-drug campaign of this government is concerned.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Senate President mentioned that the present setup is that the local government units have the authority to establish anti-drug councils in their respective localities. Isn't this consistent with local autonomy, Mr. President? In other words, you leave it to the LGU whether they find a need for an anti-drug abuse council, or they can engage in this activity or function through the existing structure. Isn't this so the question that I raise is, isn't this consistent with the devolution and authority of the LGUs? If they feel that the present structure is sufficient, why do we have to impose the creation of anti-drug abuse council? And mind you, sir, I'll come to that later, the LGU is now compelled to appropriate funds.
In this bill.
Yes, in this bill, sir.
Actually, Mr. President, we are willing to forego with that automatic appropriation of 2% from the era of the local government, Mr. President. So we are willing to have that amended, Mr. President.
So if you are willing to remove that, sir, then you really go back to where we are today. We leave it to the LGUs to establish anti-drug abuse councils in the respective localities. Again, consistent with the concept of the evolution and autonomy of the local governments. We have been, as a matter of policy, devolving national government functions. Just to enumerate a few, health, we have been debating here, and the chamber has agreed that in the establishment of government hospitals, provided that the same shall be operated, controlled, and funded by the local government, except that we aid in terms of the capital outlay. In agriculture, we have agricultural workers which are devolved to the national agencies, social welfare, etc., etc. Now, we are now compelling the LGUs to put up these anti-drug abuse councils, which is not consistent with the general concept of the evolution of powers. Can we have the comment of the good gentleman on this point?
Yes, Mr. President. I just would like to share with you, Mr. President, our experience in the anti-drug campaign. That is why we find it very rational to establish through legislation the anti-drug abuse councils in its level of governance, level of government, Mr. President, because ang nangyayari kasi ngayon, Mr. President, hindi po ang muntik na tayong naging narco state noon, Mr. President, because yung mga LGU ay nagpapabaya sa kanilang papel pagdating sa anti-drug campaign. At ang problema pa nga, yung ibang LGU ay nakikiapid na sa mga drug lords. Kaya gusto natin gawan talaga ito ng, ang solusyon nito, Mr. President, ay they will be compelled to act on the anti-drug abuse campaign of this government through this legislation. Dahil kung wala, Mr. President, magiging dependent yung anti-drug campaign ng LGUs sa whims and caprices ng mga makaupong mga LCEs, Mr. President. So, depende lang kung gusto niyang magtrabaho sa drugs, then kuha niya, i-strengthen niya yung kanilang council. Kung wala naman silang interest, kung nakikiapid sila sa mga drug lords, sa drug business, well, pinapabayaan na, Mr. President, very inactive yung kanilang anti-drug campaign. So, based on experience, nakita natin na kailangan talagang i-institutionalize ito para mapuwersa yung ating mga LCEs na lumaban sa drug problem ng ating bansa, Mr. President. So, yun po ang naging nakita nating rason.
Yes. So, Mr. President, the good sponsor is saying that the present structure, the present organizational setup is a failure insofar as our anti-drug campaign is concerned.
A failure in some localities.
Sorry?
A failure in some localities.
Yeah, Mr. President,
But, successful in some.
Mr. President,
So, to solve the problem, we just establish all of this all over the Philippines. Ganun ho ba? Hindi naman
The
siguro.
original intention, if I may.
That is why, sir, I am saying leave it to the LGUs.
The original intention of the bill, if I may, I filed a bill to this effect. It is a duplicate of the House version and the DILG version, which is simply institutionalizing the drug abuse councils. Meron kasing problema sa local level kung minsan yung mayor hindi gusto, yung vice mayor gusto. Ngayon, kung i-institutionalize mo yung mga councils, yun na yung sinasabi ni Senator De La Rosa, mapipilitan. Pero doon lang. Ganoon lang. Kung ano yung structure ngayon, institutionalize it. The problem that I'm seeing now, I see the difficulty, and I haven't seen you go there yet, is the expansion. The version of the committee expanded expanded it to lumawak masyado may pwede pang mag-detain hindi ganoon ang intention originally nung Anti-Drug Abuse Councils, which was a very successful program in Quezon City when I started it in 1988. And that is that was duplicated by most local government units. And as a matter of fact, that was awarded, recognized by the WHO as the model drug abuse council, for Asia. But again, institutionalizing kung ano na yung meron. Pareho na sinasabi niyo kung ano yung meron. Pero pag in-expand natin, medyo ibang usapan na. Medyo.
Precisely, Mr. President, I would like to associate myself with the views of the Senate President. Citing Quezon City, a very successful drug campaign through the city Anti-Drug Abuse Council of Quezon City. You did not need any law to do that, sir. You successfully implemented it without the requirement of a national law. You yourself, Mr. President, is the one arguing that, yes, we institutionalize, pero wag lahat gagawin mo. Because ito, lahat po na probinsya, lahat na lungsod, lahat na barangay, magkakaroon ng anti-drug council. And the local government has no choice. And in the bill now, they have to allocate 2% of their resources for the anti-drug council. This is very difficult to accept, Mr. President. And I regret that I have to stand up here on the last day of our session to spread into the record why this cannot work. Maybe if the committee can have a little more time, present this in the next Congress, not on the last 30 minutes of this Congress, and examine everything that should have to be examined with the luxury of time and thought. That's our proposition, Mr. President.
Yes, as a matter of fact, the DILG should have done this ages ago. In the Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002, of which I am the principal author of, Republic Act 9165, it's mandated there that there should be a BADAC, Barangay Anti-Drug Abuse Councils. It's incumbent upon the DILG to do that. It's there in the law. Ito ngayon, parang redundancy ito kung tutuusin. But then again, I think the committee deemed it necessary to bring it out. So we leave it to you, the distinguished gentleman.
Mr. President, I just would like to clarify that as far as the 2% that is stated in this bill, LGUs are already mandated to appropriate funds for preventive programs and rehabilitations or treatment of the drug dependence under Section 51 of RA 9165. Ngayon, Mr. President, yung ibang LGUs kasi, ini-ignore po nila ito. Kaya, in order to strengthen the provisions of under Section 51 of RA 9165, kaya namin nilagyan ng at least 2%. But if the minority leader object to this provision, then we are willing to amend this, Mr. President. We are willing to amend.
Mr. President, it is not a personal objection. It is not something that on a personal level I find objectionable. I am raising this issue because it has been decided by the Supreme Court. In the case of Pimentel versus Aguirre, precisely the national government was and the national government was prohibited from dictating on the local government how to use the resources. Let me read, Mr. President, the pertinent provision or the pertinent portion of the decision of the Supreme Court. It says fiscal autonomy means that local governments have the power to create their own sources of revenue in addition to their equitable share in national taxes released by the national government, as well as the power to allocate resources in accordance with their own priorities. It extends to the preparation of their budgets. Local officials in turn have to work within the constraints thereof. They are not formulated at the national level and imposed on the local governments, whether they are relevant to local needs and resources or not. Very clearly, Mr. President, the principle here is that the national government should not dictate on how the local governments should allocate the resources. The power of the local governments to allocate resources in accordance with their own priorities is recognized by the Supreme Court. To now impose that under Section 4, impose on the LGU to appropriate at least 2% of the annual appropriations to fund anti-illegal drug-related programs, activities, and operations as a mandatory item in their budgets, provided the disbursements of funds shall be made by the LGUs concerned. This is precisely what the Supreme Court found as unconstitutional in the case of Pimentel versus Aguirre, because it runs counter to the concept of the law of local autonomy. We have been, we may not agree with the decision of the Supreme Court, but that is the law, that we cannot appropriate resources of the local governments for a specific purpose. So this is why I have really difficulties in concurring with or casting an affirmative vote on this bill. Mr. President, I must admit that I have not conducted a very lengthy study on this. Ngayon ko lang po nakita ito eh. May I reiterate that given the fact that we have barely 30 minutes of our time, that this be refiled in the next Congress and discussed there.
Mr. President, the phrase substantial portion is vague and subject to varied interpretation. The 2% requirement is minimal compared to the 5% GAD provision. The minimum requirement will ensure the efficient and effective implementation of the anti-illegal drugs program of the LGU. But nevertheless, Mr. President, the minority leader doesn't have to concur with us. Instead, we are the ones concurring to his wisdom, Mr. President. And we agree with him that that can be termed as unconstitutional. So we are willing to amend, Mr. President. We are willing to amend this particular provision. We are willing to remove this, Mr. President.
How about our appeal that this be returned back to the committee to give the committee more time to review this and the members of this the members of this chamber to be able to analyze it more in detail. But I am willing to stand here up to the end of the 80th Congress, if needed, to analyze and debate on this bill.
What can I do, Mr. President?
No, it's not. I'm sorry, sir. It is not a whim on our part. This is an important policy decision which would involve this use of public resources. This is an important bill on the issue of devolution of powers, of government powers. It is not a whim on our part, Mr. President. It's not that it's not that it's made to appear that since I object, I have reservations about this bill. It should not be passed. What I'm saying is being rational about this. I don't think any member of this chamber has read this in much detail, because they're just going through a cursory reading. There are a lot of issues that I can raise. The issue of information gathering. It should serve as information gathering mechanism, which will monitor and report to the appropriate authorities illegal drug facilities and activities within their jurisdiction. Aba, pwede na lang i-report si Senator Recto. Hindi niya alam ni Senator Recto that he's being reported. So these are issues that are so sensitive and would need further study. And that is why we are suggesting that this be brought back, that this matter be taken up in the next Congress, which is barely 2 months from now. Hindi naman po siguro malalala ang ating problema kung ito po'y pag-uusapan sa susunod na Kongreso. Because we have other issues in the bill. Yun lang po ang aking hinihingip. Pero nasa sponsor po yun kung talagang sa tingin niya, dapat magiging batas ito bukas.
Yeah, Mr. President, I just want to react that this bill was filed 2021 pa, Mr. President, and lahat po ng mga dokumento ay naibigay po namin sa opisina ng lahat ng mga senador. And but no problem, Mr. President. We are willing to withdraw if this will end up to nothing, despite the certificate of urgency signed by the President for this bill. But no problem with us, Mr. President. We can refile this in the next Congress.
We thank the gentleman for his open-mindedness insofar as this very sensitive issue is concerned. We put on record our admiration for the capacity of the gentleman to accommodate other views insofar as this is concerned. And we thank the gentleman for accepting our suggestion that this matter be refiled in the 19th Congress and debated more extensively at that time. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, Minority Leader. And I hope you help me convince the incoming Senate President that I will be still be holding the same committee on public order and dangerous drugs come the next Congress, so that I can continue on with this advocacy, Mr. President.
Yes, I will take you up on that. We will convince the next Senate President to retain you as chairman of the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs.
Mr. President, the next Senate President is not listening. He is on the phone.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I just would like to manifest that on record that the principal author of this bill is our Senate President. And
Correct.
alam na alam po niya lahat ito. And Quezon City was so lucky to have Vice Mayor Tito Soto din. Kaya very successful ang Quezon City. Kaya gusto namin gawing model sana yung Quezon City all throughout the country. Kaya very excited po kami dito sa bill ito, authored by the Senate President. But then again, we can still wait for the next Congress for the passage of this bill, Mr. President. Provided the powers that be are listening, na sana andyan pa rin tayo as chairman of the Senate Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs to continue our fight against
Yes.
criminality and drugs.
You'll have enough time, Your Honor, and of course, next time, And when you file it in the 19th Congress, you will be the principal author and not the, the Senate President.
And not only that, the next Senate President is listening to the desire of the good sponsor to head the Committee on Public Order. So that message is clearly delivered, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Your
Thank you,
Honor.
Minority Leader, sir. Thank you very
So,
much for
what-
your support.
What do you say, Majority Leader?
I'm just the majority leader, Mr. President. I'm not yet the Senate President, but definitely the expert in the field of public order, security, the expert in matters of police affairs is no other than the former Chief of Police, the very famous, outstanding Chief of Police of President Digong Duterte, no other than Senator Ronald De Lima, Mr. President.
Okay.
So I'm working it out. Pinapawisan na ako sa lahat ng lugar. I'm working it out, boss.
Sending.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you very much to our dear colleague, Senator De La Rosa. We can suspend consideration of the measure so we can discuss this lengthily in the next Congress. I'm sure he'll be able to ably sponsor this once again. I move to
Alright.
suspend consideration, Mr.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration suspended.
Wait, can I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President? Just 1 minute, half 1 minute.
Session suspended.
Hindi po zombie. Warm bodies talaga. Mr. President, let's go to item number 3. This is the Committee Report 645 of the proposed Senate Resolution number 522. May we recognize Senator Gatchalian?
Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Okay na ba? Mr. President, there are no members who wish to interpolate the measure. Move to close the period of interpolation on this committee report.
Beg your pardon?
We close the period of interpolation, sir.
Any
No one-
objection? Hearing none, period of interpolation is closed.
There being no amendments as well, we close the period of amendments.
Hearing no objection, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, move to adopt Committee Report number 645 and proposed Senate Resolution number 522.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. Resolution is adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Committee Report number 646.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
May we recognize our distinguished colleague, Senator Bato de la Rosa, for, is he there? Or Senator de la Rosa? Ay, boss. May I ask for a 1 minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Mag-interpolate ka pa sa isabong yan? Or adapt na natin? May we recognize to just ask a few clarificatory questions, the distinguished gentleman, the future minority leader, Mr. President, with the my dear friend and neighbor Cagayan de Oro, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel.
Senator Coco Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. My being minority leader would not be a result of the designation by our present majority leader, but by the election of the minority faction, Mr. President. So, we'll never know. We have to wait for that result of that election. So, with the permission of the good sponsor of that committee report, if I may be allowed to ask a few clarificatory questions or discuss the report itself.
Yes, Mr. President.
uh, at the outset, I'd like to commend actually the chairman and the committee and his staff for writing a well-written report, easy to follow, easy to read, and recommendations are very, very clear. So I'd like to commend the whole committee and the people who worked with you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm just lucky to have a very good legislative staff. And my COMSEC, Mr. President, is very good. So thank you for all the praises that you have said.
I'm really worried about the missing sabongeros because as you've said in your report, the cash flow into the government coffers will not justify, having lives sacrificed in the name of this activity. So, after this report, what else can we do so that we can solve that those heinous crimes? Those are heinous crimes, Mr. President. I hope the chairman agrees.
Yes, I agree, Mr. President. And we will not stop from exercising our oversight function over the PNP and other law enforcement agencies investigating this heinous crime, Mr. President. Itaga mo yan sa bato.
So oversight na po, sir. So your present committee will automatically exercise oversight functions over the progress of the recommendations in this report.
Yes, Mr. President.
So that's why we really have to make sure that you remain as the chairman of this committee.
I hope everyone is listening, Mr. President.
He's not listening again, Mr. President. He's another reason. Pero so just to fix the facts. So how many? But I don't think they're all sabongeros. Let's sabihin na natin how many persons are missing now because of activities linked to e-sabong in these 6 to 8 venues, Mr. President.
Mr. President, in our final committee report, from 34, it was reduced to 32.
32.
Yeah, because the 2 missing persons were later on classified by the NBI as not related to isabong, but related to drugs, Mr. President. Okay. So 32 missing persons as of now.
And then, but your hearing uncovered a sub-issue of still missing persons, 2 missing persons.
Yes, Mr. President.
Because of legitimate anti-drug operations.
Yes, Mr.
And
President.
they are missing.
They are missing.
What was the lives din po ito? I mean, possible lives lost din po ito.
Yes, Mr. President. And
how could that happen in the Philippines, Mr. President? There is a well-documented or drug operation leading to the arrest of 2 people who cannot be accounted for right now. Ano yun?
That is why we will continue our oversight function over NBI and PNP, Mr. President, on the continuation of their investigation on this matter, Mr. President.
Oo nga eh. Pero dun sa 2 missing persons na po yun, in that drug operation, hindi involved si NBI doon, di ba? That's a PNP. It's just the NBI which investigated and found out that it's a legitimate PNP anti-drug operation.
Yes, that is according to NBI.
Yes.
But later on, Mr. President, the PNP denied that it was a legitimate police operation, and the 2 vital witnesses that was the source of information of NBI retracted their statements.
Okay, I got the misimpression that the report found the operation as a legitimate anti-drug. So that's still in dispute, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. Tama po ba yan? Hindi klaro.
Not so clear, Mr. President. The initial findings of NBI was that it was a legitimate anti-drug operation. But later on, it was found out that the source of the information of NBI, yung dalawang vital witness nila, ay nag-retract na kanilang statement na they don't know about that operation.
How about the PNP, sir?
The
What did
PNP
what did
denied.
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 So mali ako, it's not a well-documented anti-drug operation. Wala palang document. Ano pala? Testimony or word of mouth lang.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, so since we do not know what caused their disappearance, it could still be linked to Isabong.
Possibly, Mr. President.
Possibly,
Yeah,
no? Okay.
it's possible.
Pero anyway, sir, I was present in some of the hearings. Alam ko, challenge natin ito. The best investigators in our land, NBI na, pinagsanib puwersa with PNP, CIDG. Yan,
Yes, sir.
yun ang challenge po narinig ko noon eh.
Yes, sir.
The best. Sino pa bang pwede natin itap sa Republic of the Philippines? Wala
Yes.
na eh.
Yes, sir.
Ano na po ang ilang months na po, how long have they been working on this? How many man-hours have they spent in the investigation, and have there been developments or reports? Kasi ano po sir, i-add na lang muna natin yung dalawa, ano? So 32 plus 2, 34 missing persons. Possible 34 dead persons. In 8, if I'm not mistaken, in 8 incidents, Mr. Chairman, right? In 8 incidents. So
Yes.
parang 8 crimes. Impossible to have 8 perfect crimes. That the best investigators in the Republic of the Philippines cannot solve 8 perfect crimes.
Mr. President, out of the 8 cases, as far as PNP is concerned, 2 are already solved because they have already filed the cases against the suspects, Mr. President. Two cases.
Okay.
Case number 6 and case number 8.
And the cases filed are kidnapping pa lang, or homicide or murder na? Grave crimes na?
Kidnapping, Mr. President.
Kidnapping?
Yes. And obstruction of justice.
Obstruction. Okay, nalungkot lang po ako kasi rito dahil doon po sa confirmed na nawala from the Isabong venues, merong isang 14-year-old, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes.
so minor.
Minor.
Merong
Buntis. Yes, Mr.
I don't know kung sa chairperson natin on the Committee on Women, if we should count that unborn child as a life. So we are actually not 32. We're talking about 33 lives here, not 32. Kasi buntis eh. May buntis. Well, yun lang po ako. Doon lang, Mr. Chairman, doon lang po ako umasa talaga na nung narinig ko, pinagsanib natin ang puwersa ng, but this is the best that we can do, and I hope they assign their best people, crack this. Do you agree with me, Mr. President, that there is no perfect crime? Okay, there may be. But can there be 6 perfect crimes? Kasi ma-minus ko na 8 minus 2 kung na-solve na. Can there be 6 perfect crimes?
That's impossible, Mr. President.
Impossible. Kaya
That's
nga.
impossible.
Kaya nga, so there must be a report or reports forthcoming from this pinagsanib na puwersa of the best investigators of the Republic of the Philippines. Imposibleng they cannot crack the 6 crimes and they say because there's a perfect crimes. Imposible.
Yeah.
Imposible.
I agree with you, sir,
So,
Mr. President.
how long is the patience of our chairman of the committee? how many weeks or months are you giving our best investigators, Mr. President, to come up with initial findings or initial, partial, or final findings, Mr. President?
Until the 19th Congress, Mr. President.
Or that's a 3-year term, Mr.
No,
President?
no, the opening of the of the 19th Congress.
Okay, so July, August. So
Yeah.
I really hope na ano kasi, I mean, well, 34 people missing for how long na? Ilang buwan na? So, imposibleng kinidnap yun para pakainin araw-araw eh. I mean, so, medyo buhay na po itong, shall we consider them as dead right now? So, are we 34 dead persons?
Legally, I don't. Ilang days?
No, not legally speaking, but
Legally
as-
speaking, no.
No, but as from a former police chief's point of view, I mean, 34 people missing for 6 months,
Missing but presumed dead, Mr. President.
most likely
Yeah.
dead.
But we cannot legally declare them
Yes,
as dead.
not legally declared, but you know, all the more making these events heinous events, despicable
Mr.
events, Mr. President. So thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations to the chairman and the committee for a very well written, easy to follow, easy to understand report with very clear recommendations. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Drilon, the Minority Leader, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and will the gentleman yield a few questions?
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, for the record, let me register my commendation for the gentleman for exerting every effort to unearth this very, if we want to use the very descriptive word, karumal-dumal na krimen sa ating paligid. And it is because of the investigation initiated by the good sponsor that the President was forced to suspend e-sabong, which has started to manifest its ill effects on our society. And to start with, we now have in the spreading to the record that there are 34 missing
Yes,
as a
Mr. President.
consequence of this e-sabong. Do the gentleman agree that this deserves the strongest condemnation from this chamber?
Yes, Mr. President. I
Is
could
he
not agree
aware-
more.
We are not aware of, in the recent past, of an activity which has caused so much pain to 34 families, as in this case. Would the gentleman agree with us?
Yes, Mr. President. I agree.
And I heard the good gentleman saying that given the length of time that these 34 individuals have been missing, it is reasonable and safe to assume that they are dead.
Yes, Mr. President.
It is a pure speculation, but would the gentleman, given the fact that he is an expert on security, venture a guess what is the cause of the deaths of these 34 individuals involved in sabong? Just a theoretical, on every case, as the good gentleman, former chief PNP would affirm, you have always a theory when you are confronted with a crime. If the good gentleman was still chief of the PNP, what would be his theory, given the circumstances that he knows?
Well, Mr. President, I can just only imagine very grim situation, Mr. President, as far as the circumstances behind the death, the possible death of these 34 missing persons, Mr. President. They are, of course, I assume, were executed, Mr. President.
They were executed,
Yes.
and for reasons related to Isabong.
Just because of game fixing, Mr. President.
Okay. Indeed, Gabe, with that statement, it strengthens my resolve that the resolution should be amended in order to provide for the strongest condemnation. Okay, so game fixing is a possibility insofar as cause is concerned. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir. We cannot find any other motive for the death, Mr. President, or for their being abducted, Mr. President. That's the only motive that we saw.
And game fixing, Mr. President, would mean that the betting is manipulated so that the winner would amass or would win the bet in manners that are not consistent with fair play. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Mr. President.
In this particular case, lives have been taken, we assume. What do you think, why do you think it has happened? Is it because of the volume of the bets that are involved and the money is involved?
Yes, Mr. President, because to start with, money is evil. Money is the root cause of all evil, Mr. President.
Money is the root. I agree with the good gentleman. Money is the root cause of all evil, especially the monies that are bruited to be involved in isabong.
Easy money, Mr. President. Easy money.
Okay. The good gentleman mentioned that there is income on the part of the government, and no amount of income would justify loss of even a single life. And I agree with that gentleman, with the position of the gentleman. But having said that, to the gentleman's knowledge, how much does the government, PAGCOR particularly, make out of this licensing of the isabong?
Mr. President, according to PAGCOR, the government is earning or the PAGCOR, the government through PAGCOR received 4,350,351,000 as regulatory fees from their licensed isabong operators. Mr. President, for the past 2 years.
So 4.3, just to round it off, 4.3 billion in regulatory fees in the past 2 years.
2 years. Yes, Mr.
Is that
President.
correct? Roughly 2.1 billion per year.
Yes, Mr. President.
2.1 billion per year. I attended one of the hearings, and I asked the operator who was present, how much is the gross bet on isabong on a daily basis? Do you confirm that this response was anywhere from 1 billion to 2 billion a day,
A day.
in bets?
Yes, Mr. President, it's confirmed.
1 to 2 billion pesos in bets a day.
Yes, Mr. President.
Now, just assume that we get the middle figure, 1 to 2 billion. We say 1.5 billion as a reasonable computation, because it's 1 to 2 billion per day. And we just say, okay, let's say there's a bit of exaggeration, but maybe 1.5 billion would be a reasonable assumption on
Yes.
the amount of bets per day.
That is only, Mr. President, according to one source. Only Lucky 8 Star Quest is claiming to have computed that around 1 to 2 billion per day money is involved in the betting.
Yes.
But how about the other six other companies involved in isabong?
So
It is Lucky 8 Star Quest is only one of the 8 licensee, Mr. President.
So in the opinion of the good sponsor, how much would be a reasonable assumption on the volume of bets per day on isabong?
Well, it's safe to assume roughly 2 billion, Mr. President.
2 billion.
Yes, Mr. President, because Lucky Star Quest is dominating the e-sabong industry. So maybe barya-barya na lang yung nandun sa 7 other operators, Mr. President. But still, it's safe to assume that aabot pa rin ng more than 2 billion daily. Because 1 to 2 billion was the conservative estimate of Mr. Atong Ang per his company is concerned.
Yes. Sir, at 2 billion a day, if there are 365 days in a year, and this betting takes place 23 hours in a day, how much would be the reasonable gross bets annually? Is it 153 billion? Is that what it is?
The total, per pag-course record, Mr. President, the data submitted to this committee, the total base from all operators from date of their operation until February 2022 is at 742 billion, 765 million, 306,000 pesos, Mr. President.
What is that, sir? The gross bets estimate?
Total bets.
Total bets,
the
yes.
gross. Yeah, total.
Yeah, the gross bets, total bets.
Yes, sir.
Assume that 50% is the overhead expenses, which is already a little high, but you just assume a 50%, or you're talking about how much? 5% of 745. Oh, okay. Our resident expert on this says, is it at 5% of 7,442 billion is what the e-sabong operator would make. That's at 5%. Is that 30 what? 32, 35 billion or mind-boggling? Can the gentleman help us here? If it's 5% of the total gross bets of 742, that would be roughly 37 billion per annum.
Yes, Mr. President.
Is that correct?
Yes, Mr.
As
President.
the net income of the operator.
Yes, Mr. President.
I think San Miguel is in the wrong business. The Ayala is in the wrong business. The T's are in the wrong business. You're talking here about how much is it? 37 billion a year. 37 billion a year. Tell me, Mr. President, who is the company in the Philippines making 37 billion a year after taxes? And the 37 billion is a very conservative estimate, if I may say, because we're just talking about 5%. So that is why, the reason I'm asking all of these questions is because the 2 billion per year is pittance compared to the 37 billion income earned by the operator. We're saying that the government is earning from this activity, but the government the government tax, the government fees. If you look at the gross income of the operators, it's not even 10% of what they earn.
Yes, Mr. President. Pittance, the term used by Senator Recto.
So indeed, given the magnitudes of what we're talking about here, I concur with the good gentleman in saying that these incidents of kidnappings and assumption of death is all rooted in this very lucrative business, which can cost the life of people if they intervene in this issue.
Yes, Mr. President, because I think if you have all the money, maybe you begin to think that you are what's the right term, Mr. President? You're indestructible, you're untouchable, or you can influence everything through your money if you have all the money, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, and we will no longer consume the time of this chamber in questions like this, and in asking the questions. We just want to be assured by the good gentleman that the report will be amended to incorporate the statements and admissions that were made here today, and particularly condemning in the strongest possible terms
Yes, Mr. President.
the events that have taken place on this matter. With that, we have no longer any question, and with the assurance of the good gentleman that these issues that we raised will be reflected in the final report.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Villanueva.
Thank you, Mr. President. As stated yesterday, that this representation is very much interested to ask some clarificatory questions. As stated yesterday also, that this representation is indeed very supportive of the committee report made by our distinguished colleague, our esteemed colleague, the gentleman from Davao. And we continue to commend and thank him for his hard work, especially in this very, I would say, controversial issue, Mr. President, hounding our country today. Mr. President, at the onset, let me state for the record, as I was listening a while ago to the questions being raised by our dear minority floor leader, when the chairperson said that money is evil. In fact, let me state for the record, my personal opinion is that money is good per se, but the love for money is the root of all evils. That's also in the Bible, Mr. President. I'm sorry I couldn't figure out what exact verse in the Bible nakalagay yon, no, Mr. President. But let me dwell, Mr. President, no longer on the side of the missing individuals that Senator Coco Pimentel raised a while ago. Let me just talk about the PAGCOR's charter, Mr. President. The gentleman from Davao, as he reported yesterday, that there is a provision in the committee report that talks about the charter of PAGCOR. One, may we know, Mr. President, if right now we have decided among ourselves the real charter of PAGCOR, because during the hearing, if the gentleman from Davao would recall, this representation raised that particular issue on whether or not PAGCOR is really our state regulator or state operator, no, in gambling, Mr. President. I think that's very important. And number two, Mr. President, we'd like to find out if, because during the hearing, this representation also raised that issue, Mr. President, what particular provision of the PAGCOR charter would carry this giving away of licenses to isabong operators. So that two issue, Mr. President, that I'd like to raise, and if it is there in the committee report and this representation, would like to know, Mr. President, if it's clearly stated in the committee report. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President, they are incorporated in our committee report. Number 4, it says that PAGCOR has no clear legal mandate to regulate isabong because their basis, Mr. President, was the legal opinion from DOJ and from the Executive Secretary, Office of Executive Secretary. It was not really clearly stated in their charter, Mr. President, that they can regulate isabong.
So that's it, Mr. President. We all agree. I remember during the time, no less than the Senate President himself propose the resolution to actually call for the suspension of the operations of Isabong. So again, no clear mandate, Mr. President, and therefore, in order for this Isabong to re-emerge, Mr. President, they would have to convince us again that they have the mandate to give licenses to Isabong operators. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may I also ask for the record, Mr. President, the issue on money transfer, Mr. President. I'm so concerned about this because this representation is also the national chairman of Kristiyanong Kabataan para sa Bayan movement. And we have been getting a lot of complaints, not only from our youth leaders, but even from parents, Mr. President, as also shown during the committee hearings, Mr. President, that minors, young people, Mr. President, at the early age of their life, would be addicted to Isabong, Mr. President. And so we'd like to ask, Mr. President, how are we protecting now the young people of our nation into this scheme, Mr. President, of money transferring or betting, Mr. President? As made mention yesterday, Mr. President, there are some apps, for example, the GCash and PayMaya, wherein, Mr. President, nung binigyan natin sila ng franchise dito sa Senado, hindi naman kasama dun sa franchise that they can actually run apps like this na pupwedeng tumaya, Mr. President. I remember during the hearing, Mr. President, this representation actually tried to register. And the chairperson, Senator Bato and Senator Ping Lacson, even teased me why I was able to get in, Mr. President, because after 5 minutes, I was able to get in so easily, Mr. President. So I wonder what is now the status. We have heard about the statements made by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas that they are suspending this particular apps, Mr. President. Perhaps we could hear more from the distinguished gentleman, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Public Order. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President, it is true that Bangko Sentral orders the removal of Isabong from apps of supervised entities. So, tinanggal na po yan, Mr. President, and dito naman sa ating committee report, our recommendation is that for money transfer facilities, to ensure that minors will not be able to use their facilities for gambling purposes, recommend the strict implementation of Know Your Customer policy, not only during registration stage, but as well as usage and management of account. So, yan po recommendation natin, Mr. President. But I think it would be immaterial again because Bangko Sentral has already removed Isabong from apps of their supervised entities.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. But let me again state for the record that during the hearing, this representation stated that it's so easy not to comply with the requirements of these apps. I remember raising this particular issue. For example, if I am a government official and the question, or there was no question at all asking whether or not I'm a government official, or if I am a minor, and I can easily join in the bet, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, what steps are being undertaken or will be undertaken by money transfer facilities to improve their Know Your Customer procedures, Mr. President?
Mr. President, we leave it up to the money transfer facilities to make sure that the Know Your Customer will be implemented properly, Mr. President. And before, if Isabong will be reincarnated in the next administration, then we will make sure that this policy recommendation in our committee report must be observed, Mr. President. and
Thank you,
followed.
Mr. President, for that answer. And I'm also raising this particular issue, not only for isabong purposes, Mr. President, because we are all aware about digitalization, about the casinos left and right here in the country, where they can also use these apps, Mr. President. And so this know your customer procedures, as stated during the hearing, when this representation asked questions from the representative of PAGCOR, they were saying that they would develop something, but still I'm in a state of confusion, Mr. President, as to how they're going to implement it. For instance, Mr. President, if it is an app and I say I am not a minor anymore, how would they know? If it is an app that says I am not a government employee, how would they know? Still, Mr. President, this is mind-boggling as to how really they would protect our people, especially our minors. As we have seen during the hearing, Mr. President, there are some minors, if I'm not mistaken, from Davao region, where a 14-year-old or 16-year-old actually got addicted to isabong, and all of a sudden, ang dami hong utang bigla.
Yes, Mr. President, I hope that they will develop an app that can really execute our requirement, Mr. President, about the know your customer, not only during the application but and registration, but during the usage, Mr. President. So how they will do it, maybe we'll conduct another committee hearing if that will happen, Mr. President.
Another thing, Mr. President, is if the gentleman from Davao would recall, when this representation raised during the hearing, the player exclusion ban. Because right now, Mr. President, if a certain member of the family is addicted to gambling, for instance, and a member of the family would go to casinos, including the cockfighting arenas, Mr. President, no? Nireklamo kunyari nung isang mahal sa buhay ng pamilya at sabihin, addicted siya. In fact, ibaban siya eh. Hindi siya papapasukin doon sa cockfighting arena, doon sa mga casinos, hindi sila pinapapasok, Mr. President. But then, ito nga ho, nung pumasok na itong mga digital online apps where they can actually bet, Mr. President, is there something that we are doing or the committee report is saying with regard to a player exclusion ban, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, as far as our committee report is concerned, it was not mentioned, Mr. President. But I hope we will ask the expertise of the ICT
Yes.
to help us in this regard, Mr. President.
In fact, Mr. President, this representation would be more than willing to work hand in hand with our distinguished colleague. I think I was able to raise this extensively during the hearing because in casinos and in ano yun, yung live sabong, Mr. President, nagagawa ito. So kung nagagawa ito, so dapat meron din silang idea on how to do this, no? Na ma-address itong problema na ito. Mr. President, I don't have any other matter that I would like to raise except for the fact that in our hometown, Mr. President, in Bulacan, this is a tragic story that I'd like to share to the body, na may isa hong pamilya sa amin na nalulun ng isabong at sinanla yung kanyang ari-arian, sinanla yung mga kayamanan po nila, and until one day, Mr. President, hindi niya maharap yung pamilya niya, yung mahal niya sa buhay, siya na mismo, Mr. President, ang kumitil ng kanyang buhay. And so this is not actually a joke, Mr. President, and I think it's a very serious matter that we need to look into. The polos, Mr. President, of our embassies made a statement before na this is a grave concern, itong lumalalang isabong, and I hope we really do something about it because the social cost, Mr. President, as made mention by our distinguished sponsor in his speech in the committee report, Mr. President, I'd like to associate myself to that statement made by our distinguished colleague. I hope that we look into this and hopefully, Mr. President, sa lahat ng pagkakataon, isaalang-alang natin yung kinabukasan ng ating mga kabataan. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Thank you very much, esteemed colleague, Senator Bato. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, no other person wishes to interpolate the gentleman from Davao del Sur. Move that we adopt committee report number. Is there any amendment, Mr. President? No amendments. Therefore, move to adopt the committee report number 646.
Any objection?
Subject to style.
Hearing none. Committee Report 646 hereby adopted.
Okay. We
Majority
may
Leader.
proceed, Mr. President, with our,
Thank you. Maganda na.
si Senator Coco, wala na? Ano yung RCEP niya? Ana? May I ask for 1 minute suspension?
Can we have a few minutes of suspension so we can prepare for the, all right. Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the indulgence of our colleagues, we're going to reverse the flow. We will, the scenario, we will take up first the speeches of our dear colleagues, the officers of this chamber, starting with our dear Senate President, the Senate President Pro Tem, as well as this representation and the Minority Floor Leader. Then we will act on the resolutions, Mr. President, so that we have a chance to allow the people to hear the speeches of our dear colleagues at an earlier hour rather than a later hour. With that, Mr. President, I would like to recognize the distinguished Senate President of the 17th and 18th Congress, no other than Senator Vicente Soto III. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
The Senate President Vicente Soto III is recognized.
Thank you, thank you. Michael Jordan yung 23, no? Thank you very much, Your Honors. Thank you. Mr. Majority Leader. Thank you very much. Mr. President, I praise and thank the Lord our God for the many graces He has given us all these years. I praise and thank Him for the mission and path that He has led me to undertake from the time I became Vice Mayor of Quezon City up to being elected Senator of the Republic. And I am particularly grateful to the Lord for the distinguished ladies and gentlemen that I have had the privilege to associate myself and work with from 1988 up to the present. That includes you, the 18th Congress. Each of them, each of you, has positively contributed to my tremendously worthwhile journey called public service. Today, June 1st, 2022, masquerades like any other day, though its component units are made up of the same number of minutes and hours. The reality is very different, however. Sine die is a Latin term which literally translates to without day. This refers to the legislative practice of stopping the clock a little bit before midnight so as to create the legal fiction that all transactions were done or were done within the reglementary period and not a minute later, which would make them void. The primary thoughts occupying my mind are those of lawmaking and leafing. Two ideas that intersect at this very moment. Each institution, family and person, have a story to tell. They all have beginnings and endings and in-betweens. Our Senate, as the other half of the Congress of the Philippines, began to exist in 1916, such that not so many years ago we celebrated our centenary. Oh, by the way, there was only one family name that existed in the 1916 Senate and the 2016 Senate, Soto. My grand-uncle, Philemon Soto, in 1916, and yours truly, fortunately, Vicente Soto, in 2016. The first Senate president was the late great President of the Commonwealth, Manuel Luis Quezon, who so dominated the political era and is today remembered as a province and a city that his memory never fades from our people's consciousness. He was followed by more than 20 others whose names evoke memories of political astuteness, brilliance of mind, and urbanity of behavior. I do not claim nor aspire for the same accolades. It is enough for me to have been your friend these many years, a builder of consensus if arguments stand in the way, a harmonizer should there be discordant notes. I had the rare chance of having been mentored by the Senate presidents who served before me. That includes Frank and Coco. On the aspect of lawmaking, to be precise, we have passed laws that offered relief to ease the effects of COVID-19 on Filipinos. Throughout the critical days of graded lockdown, your Senate was able to enact the annual budget on time. During this pandemic, hospital occupancy literally spilled into driveways and parking lots. It seemed like the dark hours would never end. Fortunately, we are mostly over the hump, thanks to the government's vigorous vaccination campaign, as mandated by the COVID-19 vaccination program of 2021. Our public health recovery can also be traced to the heroic efforts of all medical frontliners. They stayed the course despite the apparent danger to their health. We are also thankful for the cooperation of the enlightened citizenry. Despite experiencing initial difficulties, they trusted their government. More so, they complied as best they can with quarantine and medical protocols. Together with our people, we mourn and honor the memory of those we have lost. And as a nation, we look forward to the challenge of the future. The closing of the Senate sessions today looks towards that future. We are continually learning to live with the COVID virus and finding ways to respond to our people's need through legislation. We're hopeful that the Senate's work will, in time, contribute to regaining the nation's spiritual vigor, political durability, and economic stability. As we count down the last hours of the 18th Congress, permit me to submit and encapsulate the gains of the third regular session, together with the laws that yours truly has principally authored and sponsored all the way through the 9th Congress, as an annex to this valedictory address. On the matter of leaving, we Filipinos turned sentimental. Rizal wrote a long poem as he contemplated his execution. Our OFWs have tear-jerking scenes that rival movies in heart-rending last-minute tears and hugs. We here are, shall we say, less prone to these expressions, but the sweet sorrow of parting is real. We have come to love the Senate, its members, the Secretariat, and the plain serenity of being at its premises. It will always have a special place in my heart. Our dear Filipinos, it is with the fervent hope that the laws passed under the 18th Congress will make a difference in the lives of our fellow Filipinos. As the 18th Congress comes to a close, so shall my term as senator. I look back on the day in 1992 when I was first elected into office. I remember entering the old Senate building, which is now a national museum, as a neophyte senator. I have been in public service for decades already. My journey has been long and arduous, but it had its shining moments. My years at the Senate, as Senate President and as a regular senator, are the highlights of my career as a public servant. I can and I will show off my legislative accomplishments not only to my grandkids, but to the younger generations. Proud and guilt-free that I have not abused, my position to enrich myself or any member of my family. I have kept my credibility intact and my name unsullied. In my years in the Senate, Mr. President, I had the good fortune of learning from the best minds in the country. In turn, I earned the respect of my colleagues, and I became, as you may recall, the minority leader, eventually majority leader. Today, it is with a sense of gratitude that I close the 18th Congress as Senate President, a distinction given to me by you, my dear esteemed colleagues. I hope I have not been a disappointment. As everyone knows, I was first a musician before being a politician. For this reason, some sectors might have misjudged my capacity as a public servant. But what I learned in my 24 years in the Senate is that an artist and a politician are not very different from each other. Permit me to tell you why. Like a musician, the politician must first have a dream, and in that dream, he must create music that will inspire people to sing. Second, a musician, like the politician, must have a sense of rhythm. Both of them must be able to discern the tempo of the times. Both must know the pulse of the people. And finally, both the musician and the politician must understand that their work becomes meaningful only when it redounds to the common good. I understand that music or legislation must not only be for the few, it must benefit all. I share the honor of my work in the Senate to all senators who have preceded us, as much as now bow in respect to all the senators of the 18th Congress. To my colleagues who have supported me from the beginning, I thank you. I shall treasure your friendship and commitment of cooperation. I extol the hard work that you have put into your individual committees. I will forever admire your integrity and nationalism. I am also indebted to each one of you and to all the officers and employees of the Senate Secretariat, headed by Attorney Myra Marie Villarica, who made sure that the legislative wheels kept turning. To the journalists covering the Senate, I give you my thanks. As members of the press, you have a vital role in maintaining transparency and accountability in government. As our bridge to and from the public, your work is always appreciated. I am and will always be grateful to the millions of Filipinos who have given me their trust and confidence. Salamat sa tiwala at kumpiyansa. Today, as I stand before my colleagues and the Filipino people on my last day as Senate President, I have one final and earnest appeal to the incoming 19th Congress. Maintain the integrity and the independence of the Senate. Huwag ninyong payagan na mabahira ng politika ang inyong serbisyo sa taong bayan. Ingatan nyo ang respetong ibinigay ng bawat Pilipino sa Senado at sa mga miyembro nito. When the time comes that my humble name will have to be ensconced and chiseled into the annals of the Senate's history, I want to be remembered as Vicente Soto III, a musician by profession, a sportsman by affiliation, a drug buster by vocation, and a public servant by conviction. Salamat, mabuhay.
Congratulations, Senate President Tito Soto. Thank you for your service. Session suspended.
Thank you very
Majority
much, Mr.
Leader.
President. Mr. President, indeed, and allow me to put this on record, you are probably one of the best Senate presidents that I've experienced in my lifetime working in public service, Mr. President. I'm honored to have served as your majority floor leader, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Maraming
kind sir.
salamat. And I will
Thank
give
you
more
very much.
accolades a little bit later.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President, next to give his speech as well is our distinguished honorable colleague from Batangas, no other than the hardworking economist, an expert on numbers, someone who can get a simple bill and add value to that bill to make sure that it is true to the times and help the people, especially help our economy. No other than Senator Ralph Recto, our Senate President pro tem, sir.
The President Pro Tem of the Senate of the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Ralph Recto, gentleman from Batangas, is recognized.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President, my dear colleagues. 30 years and 30 pounds ago, I walked into the House of Representatives as its youngest member. Next month, I will be returning there as one of the oldest in years, but certainly not in looks. From being the totoy of the House, as what Speaker JDV called me when I mounted the rostrum to swear him in, to a tito, as how I was addressed by some millennial congressman during the canvassing last week, is one great journey I have enjoyed. In all, I spent 9 years in the bigger and better house, 18 in this smaller but smarter house, and a year and a half as NEDA's highest paid casual. But it is my work in this chamber which I think made me a little bit wiser and certainly wider in girth. The first is courtesy of the smorgasbord of ideas that we tackle in plenary. The latter, the merienda spread in the lounge. Dito kasi sa Senado, hindi lang ang mga matatayog na filosofiya ng isang batas ang ating pinag-uusapan. Hinihimay din natin ang mga particulars. Ika nga, the boldness of legislation is found in its fine print. Halimbawa na lang, kung singtaas ni Senator Flavier ang budget materials taon-taon, you really have to study, to think before you talk, hindi pwedeng i-shortcut sa TikTok. My stay in public office has so far been bookended by crisis. Crisis is not the only constant in our national life. Crisis is our brand. I remember that I entered Congress when we were grappling with the devastation of Pinatubo, the Baguio earthquake, a parade of typhoons, an energy crisis, and the economic fallout of military adventurism 30 years ago. In many places, when you opened the taps, there was no water. You tried to catch a plane, there was none. You lift the phone, you get a busy signal. You switch on the lights, there was no power. But you know what? We were able to fix these problems simply because our capacity as a nation to make our lives better is greater than the things which make it bad. Over the last 35 years, we have cut poverty incidence, raised family incomes, created jobs, opened opportunities, slashed illiteracy, and improved life expectancy. This is not to deny that many people fell and continue to fall between the cracks, and closing the wealth gap, installing safety nets, and building a scaffolding of growth for them to climb up on, remain our unfinished task. That we were able to overcome all of the challenges gives me the hope that we too shall rise from the pandemic, and when we do, the Senate will be acknowledged as being there in the front line fighting the good fight. Katulad na lang nitong pandemya na kung saan sinubok tayo, ano ang ginawa natin? While scientists crouch for a vaccine, we scrambled to roll out policies that will blunt its harm. So we passed the Bayanihan laws, a medicine cabinet of responses whose potency was increased because the Senate, true to its tradition, improved what the administration wanted instead of merely ratifying it. And after Bayanihan, the Senate went to its usual grind, but with a greater sense of urgency. We work remotely and resolutely. During the budget season, we put in 12-hour days via Zoom with the same zeal. The result is a wartime scorecard we can be truly proud of. I hope that in this distant future, when history will judge our acts during the time of peril, its verdict will be kind. History will tell future generations that when COVID ravaged the country, 24 men and women rose to the challenge and brought hope to a people in despair. Dumating na po tayo sa punto na kailangan natin magpaalam. Pero pansamantala lang. Ika nga, a farewell is necessary before you can meet again. Every hour spent here was a teachable moment to me. Every day a blessing because it brought forth the chance to make a difference. Permit me, Mr. President, to make a last roll call. To Bong, your moonlighting days as a presidential aide is over. Relish your freedom, but never give up your bisyo na magserbisyo. To the other half of the DDS, or Davao dedicated senators, Senator Bato, I salute you for your ramrod straight integrity. Your laws are as good as chiseled in stone. Itaga mo sa bato. Bong Revilla, thank you for birthing the permanent birth and NSO certificate bill and many other common sense bills that help the common folk. I shall repay your support by never squealing on you to your wife Lani, who will be my seatmate in the House. To Migs, son of Bukidnon, Bacolod and Basque, a floor leader par excellence, who kept the conveyor belt of laws running because no one can beat you in finding compromise, diffusing tension, and building consensus. Daghang salamat. Hindi rin kita isusumbong sa tatay mo. To Ma'am Cynthia, from whom the country's richest man gets his weekly allowance, your Goldilocks principle in making laws is the reason why they have become good ones. Ano ang Goldilocks principle? Remember the fable of the lugaw. Too hot, Papa Bear complains. Too cold, cries Baby Bear. Just right, says Mama Bear. Pag sinabi ni Mama Bear na tama na ang timpla, ihain na. To the two Bulaqueños in the Senate, Win and Joel, you're good stewards of this institution's tradition of hard work on the high road. As Energy Committee Chair, Win never run out of light bulb moments which have illuminated our path forward, especially in education and health. With the people returning him to the Senate, Joel will continue percolating good laws with the same expertise that he brews coffee. You're the man, Tess the man, to teach our youth life hacks and employable skills. To Sunny, the better Angara, I ask the genie to grant you 3 miracles. First, that the Celtics be champions. Second, the Sox win the World Series. Third, that you continue to perform the budget equivalent of the miracle of making wine out of water and bread for the multitude from a single loaf. Of the 3, the last one is the easiest. Kay Senator Lapid, ang pinuno nating lahat, Tanda ko pa ang sinabi ni Senator Joker Arroyo. Anya, kung gusto mong malaman ang pulso ng masa, kung nais mong alamin ang epekto ng isang batas sa mamamayan, hindi mo kailangan ng survey. Tanungin mo si Lito, wag si Lailo. Kasi mas alam niya ang pulso ng tao. To Francis, whose city earns billions from Batangas, expensive and explosive real estate tile volcano. Your research on bills are gems of scholarship. Because you have put in long hours in studying them, you cut the Senate's time spent in debating them. To Nancy, I'm a fan of your one-liners and self-deprecating humor. Your lacerating tweets prick the ego of the rulers and the conscience of the ruled, while giving us all a laugh. I grieve that VP Jojo, a great Batangueño, will not join you here. Coco, you are indeed your father's son. In recent days, you have become like him, one who does not seek comfort in numbers, but draws strength from your convictions. Kay Aimee, na manang ng bayan, I'm gonna bet that he will be an in-house critic who will speak truth to power, a one-person feedback machine, and a powerhouse styling atelier for His Excellency's clothes and speech. Bongbong has no better teacher in statecraft and stagecraft than Ate. I will also miss working with Risa, who merged poise and progressive causes in one charming package. She speaks softly but carries big policy sticks. Siya ang radikal na madaling mahalin. Manny Pacquiao remains my idol. On the ring, on the floor, and outside of it. Pound for pound, he is the country's longest philanthropy champion. He does not run away from debates, never backing down from interpolations in this bruising arena that we call the plenary. There is another athlete here who remains one of my favorite sparring partners of all time. So let me say this. You haven't passed the Senate stress test if you have not survived multiple rounds of debates with Pia on what are essentially intellectual marathons. Another feisty lady, worthy of our respect, is Laila De Lima, a prisoner of conscience punished for her courage, but whose spirit no prison walls could contain. Trolls put her behind bars, the truth shall set her free. Mr. President-elect, free Laila. To Kiko, what you have sown will bear fruit, and you will be there to witness the people enjoying the rich harvest. As your fellow Harvard alumnus once said, the work goes on, the cause endures, the hope still lives, and the dream shall never die. With Ping going full-time on apostolic duties, the public lost a watchman who shines a powerful lantern on the national budget, or how taxes paid in cash are returned to the public in kind. He leaves behind big shoes to fill, shoes he also used to kick the behind of those who betray the public trust. To Senator Grace, thank you for your patience and understanding. Sabi mo, etong si Ralph, hindi maabusan ng amendments. Ulitin ko muli ang sinabi ko noong isang araw kasi it is worth repeating. You once poignantly said, I firmly believe that adopting one child may not change the world, but it will certainly change the world for that child. No, Grace, let me amend your statement for the last time. Your mom's courageous and compassionate act 54 summers ago did change our world because that child continues to make our world better. Tulad ninyo, nalulungkot ako na hindi nakapasok si Dick, the country's oldest and first responder. The most iconic photo of Dick in action, when his trademark courage and compassion were on full display, was during the Pinatubo eruption. Here was a man running towards the most powerful volcanic eruption in history when people were running away from it. His CV of helping spans from Yoling to Yolanda. At ungodly hours, you would find him in the estribo of a fire truck. Natutulog yata siya with a fire alarm by his bedside. We have to ask lovely Kate for that. The last two senators I would like to honor are the third and fourth senators after Lorenzo Tañada Sr. and Ed Angara to have completed 4 terms in the post-war Senate, a rare feat of almost a quarter of a century of service. The third would be SP Tito, because he joined the Senate in 1992, and Frank, who was in batch 95. If the Senate were an orchestra, Tito is the conductor, creating out of many sounds one great musical piece by many divas, if I may add. The truth is, he is better at writing laws than writing songs, better in putting ideas into policies than words into music. He might have built an impressive catalog of songs, but this does not compare to his greatest hits in lawmaking. He helms the Senate the way he drives his car, hands-on. If you use self-driven on him, that word takes a new meaning. He is no member of the chauffeured class. Tito has an ear for music and this willingness to listen more than to speak. He had applied in composing laws too, which is what makes him a great SP. The next inductee to the group of 24 years in the Senate, is Senator Frank. Frank, closing his eyes in deep thought, has inspired a catalog of memes, which would have made him a billionaire if he could monetize it. Not that he had dozed off in the Senate, but this I will state with certainty. A sleeping Drilon will have more activity in his brain than many of us awake. He can even be pumped full of sedatives, but will still retain computing power to outsmart the fully conscious among us. Like Tito, I admire his stamina and mental acuity. Write no requiem for this political heavyweight. This is just a break for him. The big man will be back. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, in this age when our performances are gauged by shares and likes, the temptation is high to trade what is right over what is popular. When that beckons, let us remember the heritage which makes this institution a bulwark of democracy and independence. Through the years, this has been our role. We don't countenance abuse, we counter it. We don't diminish our sovereignty, we defend it. We don't top tax proposals, we temper them. We believe that those who have less in life must have more in government help. We don't choke free trade, we champion it. We affirm that progress should not always be at the expense of rights. We believe that in creating wealth, mandates must come with merit. We believe that investing in our people's yields the highest returns. We believe that in building a kinder and gentler society, we must appeal to our people's basic decency and not to their worst fears. These are the burdens we carry, a legacy we must sustain. Sa mga empleyado ng Senado, Secretariat, contractual employees, service contractors, maraming salamat sa pag-aruga sa inyong suporta. To my Senate staff, I could not have done it without you. I credit the good I have done to your help, while my missteps are mine alone. Sa aking mga kasamaan, maraming salamat po. See you all in BICAM. 15 years ago, I ended my temporary goodbye speech in this chamber with this message to the love of my life. Honey, I'm home. This time, let me end it with my text to her. Honey, I'm going to your house. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo.
Session suspended. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to thank our Senate President Pro Tem for that wonderful speech where he acknowledged all of our colleagues. And let me just say this, Mr. President. It's not farewell for the good Senate President Pro Tem. It's still we see you again. And we will make sure we will warm a seat for you, sir. Yeah. Mr. President, next to give his speech is our another distinguished minority floor leader and another one of our best Senate presidents, being that he was elected
Yes.
3 times to the Senate, one of the few that was elected 3 times to the Senate.
The only
presidency.
one.
The only one, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. President, may we recognize a distinguished big man of the Senate, Senator Franklin M. Drilon.
The Minority Leader, the only Senate President elected thrice, Senator Frank Drilon, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, my esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, allow me to speak before you as a Senator of the Republic a final time. Mr. President, the Senate has given me a wealth of knowledge, experience, and wisdom that I could not have gained elsewhere, not even from being a Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, a position which I politely declined in 2012. Much of what and who I am now, I owe to the Senate. I have been Senate President 4 times, Senate President pro tempore, Majority Leader, and for the last 6 years, the Minority Leader. And it is here in the Senate where I have done my best and perhaps experienced my worst. Perhaps some will say that they will miss the position and everything that comes with being a senator, but not the work I, and on the other hand, love to work. I take pride in doing work that matters. The legacy that I wish to leave behind is written in between the lines of the laws that I have authored. And so most of you know of what I have done, the pieces of legislation that I am particularly proud of. For more than 2 decades, I did my share in the passage of measures whose impact would last beyond our lifetime. Among the laws I authored and sponsored were the Dual Citizenship Law, or the Dual Citizenship Retention and Reacquisition Act of 2003, which grants our nationals who have sought greener pastures abroad with the continued benefits and privileges of a Filipino. The sin tax reform law contributes significant revenues to our country's universal health program, securing the welfare of indigent families and senior citizens. The GOCC Governance Act of 2011 promotes efficiency and fiscal discipline of government corporations. The amendments to the Public Service Act, the Retail Trade Liberalization Act, would vitalize our economy and improve the services to the public through foreign direct investments, relative to which I received from the economic managers of the present administration, led by Secretary Sani Dominguez, expressing their appreciation for our valuable contributions that led to the passage of this economic liberalization bill, including the Foreign Investment Act, the revised Corporation Code, which introduced significant changes to the legal framework for the establishment and operation of corporations. The Tax Incentive Management and Transparency Act, or the TIMTA law, promotes fiscal accountability and transparency in granting tax incentives and served as a precursor to the CREATE law. The amendments to the revised penal code updated the 8-decade-old criminal statute, while the Sandigan Bayan law institutionalized structural changes to these important institutions of justice and accountability, and the law on the synchronization of elections and terms of office of ARMM officials, harmonized local and national elections in compliance with our Constitution. Mr. President, the laws I mentioned compose the body of work that defined my life as a legislator. But you already know that about me. The rest of what I have done is a matter of record. Today, I would like to share a bit of my story. I am now often asked what advice I can give to the new senators. There is no short or one answer. What I can say and share are some lessons I have learned in the 24 years that I have been in the Senate. Early in my first term, I learned that getting elected to the Senate did not make me a senator. I had to labor hard to become worthy of the title. I had to earn my place in the House of 24 Republics through hard work, late nights, and early mornings. When I joined the Senate, back in the 10th Congress in 1995, I was confident that my 25 years of law practice and my 9 years in the Executive Department as Labor, Justice, and Executive Secretary have made me more than able and ready for the Senate. So I thought, while my education and work experience served me well, the Senate was tougher than I expected. I had so much to learn. To see and hear on the floor an Ed Angara, a Neptali Gonzalez, an Ernie Macena, a Blas Ople, a Boy Herrera, a Raul Rocco, a Leti Shahani, who all have gone ahead of us, as well as a Juan Ponce Enrile, a Bert Romulo, a Kit Tatad, and a Tito Soto, was rather daunting. But it was also challenging and inspiring, Mr. President. And I knew that I must earn the respect before I can consider myself as their equal. Respect begets respect. Respect is earned, never imposed. And there was no better way to give respect to my peers and earn theirs than going to work every day well prepared. No bill was too small to be examined. I always prepared and studied because of my deep respect for the Senate, for the institution, for my peers, and the people who have placed me here. My dear friends, fate was relentless in surprising me with events that pushed me to make hard choices. In the 4 times and the 8 years and 7 months that I was Senate President, I had to lead this chamber and make hard choices during the most challenging times, such as the I accuse speech in 2000, that led to the impeachment of then President Estrada, the deeply divided Senate of the 12th Congress from 2001 to 2004, punctuated by the rump session of 2002, where then Senator and now Senate President Tito Soto and I were on opposing sides. The Oakwood Mutiny in 2003 that allegedly involved a then member of the Senate and a future senator. If we had the shortest canvassing of votes for the President and Vice President last week, I presided over the longest canvassing in 2004, which ended a mere 8 days before June 30, and where I received so many text messages saying, "Do not proclaim the winning president so that you will become the acting president." Those I ignored because I was just concerned about the strength of our democracy and the good of our country. The Hilo-Garci controversy and the ensuing Senate investigation on wiretapped conversations in 2005, the executive-legislative standoff brought about by EO 464 in 2005, which prompted the Senate versus Ermita case, and the PDAF controversy, which greeted the 16th Congress in 2013. Our duty to the people includes the great and heavy responsibility of protecting the independence and integrity of the Senate as an institution of democracy. And so, even as Senate President, I welcomed with great pain the Blue Ribbon investigation on a project that I helped steer in my home city, not only to clear my name, but also to ensure that the public trust in the institution is maintained. It was a humbling, sobering decision which made me realize that the work done here is much, much larger than ourselves. My initiative in protecting the independence of the Senate led to the Supreme Court ruling in Senate versus Ermita that the appearance of executive officials in legislative inquiry is mandatory if such is pursuant to the Senate's power to conduct investigations in aid of legislation. Together with the present Senate leadership, led by Senate President Tito Soto, we secured the landmark ruling in Pangilinan versus Cayetano, where the Supreme Court recognized that the power of the President in treaty abrogation is not absolute, but one that is shared by the Senate with the Senate of the Philippines. My dear colleagues, the Senate is said to be a chamber of sober second thought. With a national mandate, we are expected to think beyond the constituency of a sector or a district. We legislate not only based on present expediencies or leanings, but with a recognition that these laws will outlive us all. We have to lend our efforts towards strengthening our institutions, regardless of who is at the helm. And perhaps that is what shaped my stance on certain contentious measures deliberated in the Senate. I co-authored and co-sponsored the Public Service Act, ably steered on the floor by Senator Poe, which allows critical services to be foreign-owned. I have also come under scrutiny for my vote in the anti-terror law. Cognizant as I was of the need to protect civil liberties, I was also aware of the challenges encountered by law enforcement. And so, in good faith, I attempted to strike a balance, placing on record what the law intends to achieve, introducing amendments to protect individual rights, while ensuring that collective security will be safeguarded. Mr. President, legislation is the art of the possible. The ability to build consensus is an important skill that a leader must have, always firmly rooted in one's values and basic principles. And I would like to think that the emerging consensus of the Senate leader in the next Congress possess these qualities. Senator Mig Zubiri would have this skill of a leader that would enable this chamber to move forward and pass needed legislation. You lose the moment you think that the winner takes all in this chamber. The ability to tolerate and see merit in views different from one's own is valuable. This has allowed me to choose my battles well, coming up with reasonable and principled compromises where feasible, but drawing the line when needed. It is this recognition that made me effective in my roles as Senate President, Majority Leader, and Minority Leader for the last 6 years. As a lawyer, I built my living on winning arguments. I am trained to make things difficult for my adversaries. But that is not the Majority Leader that I strive to be, as my colleagues saw me in the last 6 years. I am not sure if that is how Senator Zubiri feels. But in many instances, the records will show that I premised my statements and my arguments by an assertion that this is what the Majority Leader wants the Minority Leader to do. Kidding aside, being part of the minority or the opposition should always be anchored on public good and not on the urge to obstruct or to be proven right. There are 24 of us in this chamber, 24 independent republics, they say. Each of us received a mandate from the people. My dear colleagues, there is great value in listening. That is why early in my career as a senator, although I was never schooled, I allowed myself to be taught and mentored. To be elected into office requires highlighting one's achievements, self-promotion, if you will. But I never let that fool me into believing that public service is about me or my name. To date, I am the only Drilon who holds an elective position in government. I am fully aware that public service is not something I can bequeath to my children or my relatives. It is both a responsibility and a privilege that is proactively chosen out of a deep sense of duty and desire to serve, not out of entitlement or a birthright. I never subscribed to the practice of filing bills for the sole purpose of being a prolific legislator by sheer volume of the bills filed. I chose to shepherd and associate myself with measures that I believed would bring much-needed impactful reforms. I owe my position to the people who have elected me into office. I owe it to them to produce quality bills and actually see them through. While I am proud to have been part of the large work that have already been done for the nation, I am humbled by the knowledge that there remains so much more to be accomplished by a generation of legislators that will no longer include myself. My dear colleagues, the work of democracy is never finished. The challenge is to do better, to be never complacent, to not be disillusioned by our imperfect democracy or be attracted by the tempting nation that we have too much of it. The tempting notion that we have too much of it. Democracy is the reason why we stand here today, all 24 independent republics able to speak and disagree freely, able to do the duty we have been elected to fulfill. Let us never take it for granted. My fellow senators, I stand before you proud and honored to have worked with you in this esteemed institution. I cannot thank you enough for your trust and confidence. I am forever grateful to my colleagues, past and present, for electing me Senate President 4 times. It was truly an honor to lead this institution in the nearly 9 of my 24 years as a senator. To the men and women of the Secretariat, thank you for your support. You have made our work easier. Your dedication and hard work are much appreciated, and I address this to the future Senate President, should be rewarded. One of the best decisions I ever made as Senate President was to institutionalize our employees' monetary and non-monetary benefits. To the Senate media, thank you for your fair, sometimes unfair, coverage of our life and our work in public service. Thank you for asking tough but important questions. Just this afternoon, Mr. President, I was presented by the media with a gift with their well wishes written on it, and allow me to read a few. From Nympha Ravilo of BCWBC said, "Marami kayong natulungan, marami kaming natutunan." From Mara Cepeda of Rappler, thank you for taking a stand on press freedom and for being a strong and steady figure in the opposition. There are more than a dozen well wishes, but I could not read all of them. But they are indeed embedded in my heart as I leave this institution. Since I assumed office 27 years ago, I have been very fortunate to have hardworking men and women who stood by me, who endured long hours beside me, and who put up with my demands for excellent work. To them, my profound gratitude. To my family, to my loving wife, Mila, my children and my grandchildren, thank you for your love, for your support, patience, and understanding. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, there is a time for everything. A time to work and a time to rest. And after being in public life for more than 35 years, I am stepping back to my private space to spend more time for myself and with my loved ones. What used to be pockets of time carved out of my schedule for family will now be replaced by unlimited time at home. How time makes fools of us all. My dear colleagues and friends, it is my privilege and honor to have served you and our beloved nation for most of my life. I will not say that I will be back again. I am at that stage of man's life where one no longer has grand dreams for myself, only memories. And you all will be in my memory. I hope I can be in yours. Remember me fondly and kindly. And as the many great senators before me, it is with immense gratitude and profound pride that the gentleman from Iloilo, for the last time, yields the floor. Thank you. God bless the friend.
Thank you. Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Once again, Mr. President, I just want to put on record, it is an honor for me to have served side by side with the distinguished Minority Floor Leader, a great man in the field of public service. Naiyak ako dahil kay Bato eh. But truth be told, Mr. President, many great men have come through these halls, and I must credit the distinguished Minority Floor Leader for one thing. They have become great men known all over the Philippines, from the north and south. But when it comes to loving their own region or province, no one can match the love of this gentleman for Iloilo province and city. The peg now of every city of this country. If you've been to Iloilo and seen the beautiful sights, sounds, parks, 10-lane highways, plazas, heritage sites, and a mini Singapore when you go through the thoroughfare of that beautiful development that they created there. All I can think about is Senator Franklin M. Drilon. He deserves all those accolades, Mr. President. One man who does not see just for the nation, but also for his beloved Ilonggos. Sir, that is so true. Thank you, sir. Mr. President, next in line to deliver his speech is a distinguished colleague from Cavite, the great province of Cavite. No other than the former chief of police, the fiscalizer in the Senate, and also the one with eagle eyes to make sure that corruption is stopped at all levels of government. No other than Senator Panfilo Ping Lacson.
Yes, the gentleman from Cavite, the policeman of the Senate, the real policeman of the Senate, Senator Panfilo Ping Lacson is recognized the birthday celebrant of today.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, this is it. My long journey of 50 years now comes to an end. Looking back, I had a very simple childhood ambition to become a lawyer and start and cap my career as an agent of the National Bureau of Investigation. With some unplanned twist of fate, I graduated from the Philippine Military Academy. My dream then was to wear that insignia with a star on my shoulder. Instead, I got 4 stars as chief of the nation's police force and with a bang. I never imagined, much less dreamt of becoming one of only 24 senators of the Republic in 2001, again in 2007, and again in 2016. Sometimes, life can be full of mystery. We get what we don't expect and much more. I have gone full circle in this lifetime. I've experienced the best and the worst of life. My parents had always reminded us to count our blessings, no matter how little and insignificant, and never forget to thank God for each and every single one of them. Yes, I am finally going home and allow the evolution of our country's long line of legislators to take its course. Goodbye, and good luck to my dear friends and colleagues. The same wish goes to all the staff and employees of the Philippine Senate. Thank you, and God bless our beloved Philippines.
Session suspended.
Thank you very much,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
President. Next to deliver his valedictory speech today is someone that we all know, not only in the Philippines, Mr. President, but throughout the world. He made a name for himself from a young boxer in General Santos to now a global icon, Mr. President. Truly, our pambansang kamao. May we recognize our distinguished colleague from Jensan, Sarangani, no other than Senator Emmanuel Manny Pacquiao.
The gentleman from Mindanao, the true champion, forever champion of the Senate, Senator Manny Pacquiao is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my dear colleagues, fellow public servants, ladies and gentlemen, mga kababayan, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Magpapasalamat po ako sa ating Panginoon sa pagkakataon na makapaglingkod sa ating bayan at tumugon sa pangailangan ng ating mga kababayan, lalong-lalo na ang mga mahihirap at naghihikaw sa buhay. Buo ang aking paniniwala na kailangan natin ang gabay ng Panginoon sa ating pamumuhay. Hindi ako magsasawa na magsasabi na kailangan natin ang Panginoon. Apart from God, we are nothing. But with Him, all things are possible. I will keep reminding everyone to seek God first and read the Word of God every single day. It is important that we meditate on His Word day and night. It is vital that we recognize that God's Word is a lamp unto our feet and a light unto our path. Dahil dito, nais ko po kayong pasalamatan sa inyong tulong upang maisabatas ang National Bible Day. Umaasa ako na mas lalong mapagtibayin ng Republic Act 11163 ang ating pagmamahal sa salita ng Diyos. Together with our colleagues here in the Senate and with the leadership of our Senate President Vicente Soto III, alongside our Majority Floor Leader Mig Subiri, Senate Pro Tempore Ralph Ricto, and Minority Leader Franklin Drilon, we pause for the passage of measures that are relevant and needed by our countrymen. Nagpapasalamat ako dahil nakahanap ako ng kasangga dito sa Senado, si Senador Joel Villanueva, sa pagsulong ng pagsabatas ng OFW Handbook at ng Department of Migrant and Overseas Filipino Act. Ito ay bahagi ng ating krusada upang wakasan ang lahat ng uri ng panluloko at pang-aabuso sa ating mga OFWs. Isang krusadang sinimulan natin noon pa man sa House of Representatives. This Congress, we made progress in striking a balance between ensuring the health of our people and creating a source of income for our government. With the help of our Senators Sani Angara and Senator Pia Cayetano, we passed a law increasing the excise tax on tobacco and alcohol products. Dahil sa batas na ito, nabigyan natin ng karagdagang pagkukunan ng pondo ang ating Universal Healthcare Program. With Senator Wing Gatchalian, we passed the National Academy of Sports, the GMRC and Values Education Act, and the Alternative Learning System Act. Batas na rin po ang LPG Act. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pagmamahal sa ating bayan. To all my fellow public servants, masaya akong makasama at makatrabaho kayong lahat. Malaking tulong at marami ang aking natutunan. Malaki ang aking natutunan dahil sa inyong tulong. Sa mga kasama ko dito sa Senado, walang iba kundi si Senator Tito Soto, Senator Ralph Ricto, Senator Mig Subiri, Senator Franklin Drilon, maraming salamat po. At sabi nga ni Bato, kung ikaw naging senador at hindi ka dumaan kay Senator Drilon, mahina ka na. mahina ka na, senador. Pag hindi ka dumaan kay maraming salamat po, Senator Franklin Drilon. Kaya napapaiyak si Senator Bato eh. Senator Sani Angara, Senator Bam Aquino, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Peter Cayetano, Senator Laila De Lima, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Win Gatchalian, Senator Bongo, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Dick Gordon, Senator Riza Hontiveros, Senator Ping Lacson, Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Aimee Marcos, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, Senator Coco Pimentel, Senator Grace Poe, Senator Francis Tolentino, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Cynthia Villar, Senator G.V. Ejercito, Senator Chis Escudero, Senator Gringo Honasan, Senator Loren Ligarda, and Senator Sani Trillanes. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Isang malaking karangalan ang makasama ko kayo dito sa Senado sa loob ng 6 na taon. 6 years in the Senate taught me a lot of things. I gained a deeper appreciation of teamwork. I adapted my boxing strategy of speed, style, and stamina in my duties and responsibilities as a senator and as a chairman of the Committee on Sports, Committee on Public Works, and Committee on Ethics. As chairman of Public Works, I sponsored a total of 38 local bills and all of which were signed into law. In the 17th Congress, I filed 102 resolutions. I authored 52 bills, out of which 33 lapsed into law. I was the principal author of 13 of those laws passed. In the 18th Congress, I filed 122 resolutions. I also authored 70 bills and co-authored 39 measures, and 20 of which were signed into laws. I would have not done it without the help of the people around me. Collective and collaborative efforts are essential in the passage of laws. I am forever grateful to everyone in my Senate team, as well as to all my fellow senators, the secretariats, the PhilCare personnel, and all the men and women comprising the Senate of the Philippines. I would like to especially mention my wife, Jinky, our children, Jimwell, Michael, Princess, Queenie, Israel, for understanding the mandate given to me. Ika nga sa kanta, they are the wind beneath my wings. Matatapos na ang aking termino bilang senador, ngunit hindi dito matatapos ang trabaho. Kulang ang 6 na taon upang mapaglingkuran ko kayo. To the millions of Filipinos who believe in my commitment to elevate the lives of our countrymen, I will not fail you. I will continue learning and equipping myself so that I can give more to our country. Patuloy na mag-aalab ang pagmamahal ni Manny Pacquiao para sa ating bayan. Patuloy po akong magsisilbi sa anumang paraan. Nasa posisyon man ako o wala, mananatili akong tapat sa aking hangarin na makatulong sa sambayanang Pilipino. Makakaasa po kayo na patuloy akong maglilingkod ng walang pag-alinlangan para maipanalo ko ang mga may hirap na tao. May posisyon man ako wala, ang pangarap ko lang sa ating lahat, yung mga nasa sa posisyon pa, naway matulungan natin ang ating mga kababayan na naghihirap. Yung mga nagugutom, kung saan ako nanggaling na naghihirap, hindi po madaling maghirap. Hindi po madaling ma-experience na magkaroon ka lang lamang ng isang $100 sa bulsa mo para pambili ng pagkain. Alalahanin po sana natin, masarap po tayo, masagana po tayo, blessed tayo dahil mayroon po tayong 1,500 o libo-libong pera sa ating bulsa. Pero yung mga naghihirap, alam ko po, ramdam ko ang kanilang damdamin. Si Manny Pacquiao, kahit nawala sa serbisyo, ang aking hangarin at talagang pangarap sa buhay, yung mga kasama kong naghihirap, naway matulungan naman sila at maumahon sa kahirapan. There's so much work to be done for our country's recovery, and we will need all the help we can get. We need to exert all possible effort to carry out sustainable programs in housing, agriculture, livelihood, education, and all other social services. Magtulungan tayo upang maiahon natin ang bayan mula sa lahat ng mga pagsubok na dala ng pandemya. I would like to ask our incumbent senators as well as to the incoming legislators to prioritize the needs of each and every citizen of our country. I urge everyone to keep praying for our country. Let us support the new set of leaders chosen by the people. Let us pray for all the elected leaders, especially the incoming President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. Kahit anong gagawin natin, he is elected, chosen by people. So magkaisa tayo, suportahan natin para sa isang hangarin natin, para ang mga kababayan natin matulungan natin. Hindi ito para sa sarili natin, kundi para sa bayan natin. Support natin, na bigyan natin ng pagkakataon na maipakita ang kanyang sinisigaw sa kampanya na tulungan ang ating bansa iahon sa kahirapan. Wag muna natin siyang husgahan. Bigyan natin ng pagkakataon na lahat ng mga sinasabi niya ay na mapabago ang buhay ng mga Pilipino. Wag natin ihusgahan. Tayong lahat makasalanan din. Kailangan natin ng pagpapatawad sa Panginoon. Let us united dito sa isang goal lang natin na para mapagtagumpay, mapanalo natin ang mga mahirap. Magkaisa tayong lahat dahil pag tayo ay divided, walang patutunguhan ang bansa natin. And to our Vice President Sara Duterte, that he may be guided by, I pray that he may be guided by the light of God and prioritizing the people in all sectors of the society. Their success in bringing utmost public service and inclusive growth to the country is our success as a nation. Yung success ng administrasyon, success nating lahat. Tulungan natin kasi kawawa yung mga kababayan natin. Magkaisa tayo, mag-pray tayo palagi sa Panginoon because without God, we are nothing. This country, there is no hope without God, without the guidance of help of God, in help of God. Kailangan natin na kalimutan natin yung eleksyon, kalimutan na natin yung politika na nag-divided ang mind ng tao. Ako'y nananawagan sa lahat na tapos na ang eleksyon, panahon na ito para magtulungan tayo sa magandang programa at kinabukasan ng ating bansa. May posisyon ka man o wala, tayong lahat kailangan tayo para matupad ang ating mga pangarap na magkaroon ng magandang kinabukasan ang mga susunod na henerasyon. Sa inyong lahat, it's an honor and privilege na makasama ko kayong lahat, lalong-lalo na kay Senator Franklin Drilon. Yung experience ko, it's an honor na sa time ko, naging senador ako, kasama ko po kayo. Kaya sabi ni Senator Bato de la Rosa, kung naging senador ka at hindi mo na-encounter si Drilon, medyo may question na mahinang klase. Mahinang klase. Second class ka na lang na senador. Natawa ako sa sinabi mo kanina. Salamat po, sir. Salamat. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Maraming salamat po. And I always pray to God na kayo bigyan ng lakas ng Panginoon at i-guide palagi at marami pa tayong magawa sa bayan. Maraming salamat po. God bless you all.
Session suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Majority
President.
Leader.
Mr. President, the gentleman from Sarangani is truly a national treasure. We should consider him as a national treasure. No Filipino has achieved what he has done throughout the world. When you go to Russia, you say Filipino, they say Pacquiao. You go to Middle East, you say Filipino, Pacquiao. You go to Japan, you say I'm Filipino, Pacquiao. Everywhere you go, Manny Pacquiao. He's truly a national treasure. And Mr. President, don't get me wrong, I think he'll be back. He'll be back soon. I think maybe he'll only rest for 3 years. I know if he runs again for the Senate, baka mag number 1 pa yan, Mr. President, and we hope. So, Mr. President, next in line to deliver his speech, the distinguished gentleman from Zambales and the Republic of the Philippines, my idol when it comes to conviction, Mr. President. He will never back down from a fight, from a debate, and he will always fight for what he believes in. He's our honorable chairperson of the Philippine National Red Cross, and his best moments are not in this chamber, Mr. President. His best moments are out there in the field, helping someone who is in need, especially during a calamity. No other than our distinguished colleague, Senator Richard Gordon.
The gentleman from Zambales, Chairman of the Philippine Red Cross, Senator Richard Gordon is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, the distinguished Majority Floor Leader and soon-to-be Senate President. Tumayo ka agad si Vic, so sinabi ko Senate President. Congratulations. And certainly, I would like to, I wasn't really prepared to do a valedictory. I don't believe in valedictory. I was never a valedictorian. But I just want to make a few remarks here, if I may. First of all, I'd like to thank the entire Senate, and that includes the Senate staff, people up front under the table of the Senate President, our pages, people in the back rooms in this hall, even the people in the lounge. Mr. President, I'd like to remind you that maraming pantao doon hindi pa na-permanent. Nakakaawa naman, ang tagal-tagal na nagsisilbi doon. Sana mapagbigyan ng ating Senate President before you leave. And they've asked me to, been asking me to do that for a long time. Valedictories, like I said, I'm not used to it. I just want to thank Senate Majority Floor Leader Subili for saying that my best times in my life are on the field. I've always thought of myself as an executive, as somebody who works on the ground. And was I happy in the Senate? Yes, I was, because I was able to make policies as well. Was I very happy? Not all the time, because we are legislative body subject to compromises all the time, and sometimes my mindset is not tailored towards that. I suppose my education with my parents, my education in my University of the Philippines, and my alumni, all my schools, including Ateneo, Letran, Lourdes, has molded me into a man that makes decisions and stand by it. I have served this country for a long time. 51 years ago, about this time, I became the youngest delegate to the Constitutional Convention. They called the Constitutional Convention in session, assembled on the first week of June, about this time. And I was privileged to be the youngest member of the convention, and I'm now on a stamp, something that my colleagues in the Constitutional Convention engineered to put us in a stamp. I'm not allowed to be there because all the people, all people in the stamps can only be dead people. I'm the only live one, because President Macapagal, Sotero Laurel, and all the others, including Bibi Duawit, were there, and they've all moved on. So don't charge me again for that. I was mayor of Olongapo, and I was very, very happy as mayor of Olongapo. My father was assassinated, and I became a lawyer, and I got into politics not because I wanted to right away, but because my father was assassinated. Many of you are aware of that, and that's why, if you look at my record, I always stand up against violence, against assassinations, against abuse. And as mayor of Olongapo, we did quite a few tricks there. We envisioned the withdrawal of bases or the removal of bases. We went through many disasters during that time. We went through the great disaster the Luzon earthquake, and we were there. And then we went through the volcanic eruption of Mount Pinatubo, and Frank Drilon was there. Some of you were there as well. I believe Robin Padilla even went there. Sherwin Gatchalian was a pup at that time, and he sent water at that time. Jojo Binay came, and many other friends came to our rescue during those times. But the greatest challenge was also to convert the military bases. Fortunately enough, we had the vision to prepare for that. And we got that through lobbying in the Senate. I've been going to the Senate many years as a student because I was in history and government. And I didn't realize that I would be able to swing a bill called the Hospital Bill of Olongapo, and then later on the Freeport of Olongapo, which there was nothing in the law at that time, so we went here and legislated, literally from outside the Freeport, which many of the senators at that time did not understand. But nonetheless, I thank them because it was approved and it became a bill. Thanks to Senator Angara, Senator Enrile, Senator Gingona, and others. Having done that, we also created the Freeport, the plebs. Again, a legislation from the outside. I thought that mayors should have control over the policemen, and if we could not control it, we lobbied for the creation of the People's Law Enforcement Board so we can discipline the police. And like many laws, there's very limited enforcement. Kulang na kulang ang enforcement. From there, I went to Subic Bay to fulfill the vision. And thanks to the volunteers, we were able to bring in so many investments, so many jobs. Sometimes I wish we had suffered more para lalo magmamalasakit ang mga tao. Sometimes we're so fortunate we plant anything in this country and it grows. Unlike other countries, pagka may test of civil strife or revolution, they become more strong in their commitment to the country. But we did succeed in Subic thanks to the help of many volunteers who also lobbied in the Congress. And the next stop at the time, I seemed to be quarreling with presidents all the time. I was good and bad with President Marcos. I voted to ban him, but later on I became a mayor, and I even introduced him as President of the Republic in his last stint when he ran for president. I was asked to introduce him in the convention. So I've seen many things. I was removed by Cory Aquino, and later on I came back, and later on I would be removed by President Estrada as chairman of the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority, and later on, as what happens, we shook hands and became friends again. Such is the story here in the Senate as well. I hope I have not antagonized many of my colleagues here, although sometimes it is, impossible not to, because we can disagree. But I've always found out that even if we disagree, we always end up shaking hands and trying to understand one another. Because the cause of the Senate is the cause of the country, a better country. I went through tourism and got the bill later on from that. When I became senator, I authored the bill on the tourism bill. I don't want to say I here, but there is that record to be seen. I did not want to be Senate Blue Ribbon Committee. Senator Pimentel is a witness to that. It was foisted upon me, along with Senator Soto as well. It was foisted upon me in my second term as senator. And when I take that on, I knew that I was going to have a lot of trouble because, it's never easy when you have to investigate your countrymen. Never easy. You have to make hard decisions, and sometimes being a deliberative body and being politicians, sometimes we tend to forget our primary duty to the country, and we tend to think of the short-term ends of making sure that we get re-elected, and I don't blame anybody for that. It's just that sometimes, siguro, my parents and God gave me a tremendous amount of, as Senator Subiri says, conviction. But I didn't learn that from my parents alone. I learned that in the course of my great travels with Raul Manglapus, whom I supported as president when I was still a student. So I've had a lot of experience, so to speak. And in the course of that, it paid off in the Senate. I think I can look at anybody in the eye and hold my head up high. All my life, I've had 2 jobs. I was in the Red Cross as a volunteer for 54 years now. And I never thought I would be chairman of the Red Cross. Once upon a time, I was asked what I would choose, to remain in the Senate or remain as chairman of the Red Cross. And without batting an eyelash, I said I would rather be a Red Cross chairman because I'm a volunteer. I'm not paid there. To this date, I'm not paid. I have no benefits, but I enjoy it because it's a direct pipeline to assisting and alleviating human suffering and alleviating human and making sure that the dignity of the people is always intact. And that has guided me in my time here in the Senate. And that is why I do not have any rancor. I've always said to my friends who are older than me, do not retire. You can get tired, but never retire. Because when you start retiring, you start counting the days. When you have to kick the bucket. And we should not get retired. Senator De Lima will not retire. I know he's got a busy mind. Say so with Senator Lacson, Senator Soto, and certainly not Senator Pacquiao and Senator Recto. Especially Senator Recto, he's not only got a busy mind, sometimes a very, very fertile mind. Having said that, Mr. President, I have no regrets insofar as my stint in the Senate is concerned. And as I leave the Senate, I have nothing but thanks to our Almighty for having given me the privilege of being given the chance to serve our great country. I have never thought that leadership was something of a privilege. Leadership, after all, is not a position, as a great man once said, it is action. And perhaps that's why I prefer the Red Cross all the time. But I wouldn't mind being back in the Senate again. But of course, it depends on what the challenges will be in the future. So having said all that, you can see there the good, the bad, and the ugly in that picture as I was being disturbed by Joel Villanueva. I have many pictures like that that I will never forget and will give me pleasant memories here. I thank Senate President Soto for his indefatigable leadership, for putting us on even keel. It's hard to be Senate President. And this is one thing I'd like to say here. It's about time we go back to the two-party system because we cannot be a good Senate if we have sambulat ang ating mga loyalties sa kanya-kanyang partido. And we cannot have a cogent platform of government. And so, to my mind, as a parting shot, I think it would have been easier for Senate President Soto if we had the two-party system, and certainly it would be easy for all of us. All the compromises that have to be made, as Senator Pimentel knows, is going to be aware of, is there. My time in the Senate is probably, you can talk about the automated election law, the tourism law, the laws on the judiciary that I have had many opportunities. Health, we were able to provide health benefits right away to those. We came in at the time of the pandemic, and that really disturbed my service in the Senate because I started focusing more on the Red Cross because people were dying. And because of that, I can go back to the Senate and say, without batting an eyelash, without the Red Cross, there would have been many more people dead because we had tested many, many more people than any other agency of the government, public and private. And I can see Senator Subiri, who's my vice chairman there. We tested over 5.5 million people. The next in line was a private agency, and you can see on the screen 1.3 million by Detoxicare. And of course, again, as a parting shot, the government did not do well. You can see, I think it's number 5 or number 6, RITM, which was doing the testing, should be given attention by the Senate because that should be, and we have filed the bill on that, our Atlanta here, the national health watchdog of our country. I've been hurt here in the Senate when I filed the motorcycle crime bill. It was not to give a hard time to anybody. It was to make sure that the killings on board motorcycles would stop, titigil. Maraming napapatay na sa tinatawag nating riding in tandem, we shrug our shoulders and say talagang ganyan. I'm not one to say talagang ganyan. We have to fix the problem. Cannot fix the blame. We put a motorcycle plate at the back and a sticker in front, but I was savaged by those who say I insisted on having 2 steel plates. It's already being implemented very slowly, but to be sure, you have one motorcycle plate. Sa lahat ng aking mga tumira sa akin, nagkakamali kayo, isa lang ang plaka sa likod ng motorsiklo at malinaw. Para masasabi nyo kung walang plaka, may re-report nyo at sana ma-implement na yung operation center na pag nakakita ng walang plaka o lumang plaka, may re-report para matigil ang pagkakataon na papatay. Actually, Mr. President, I think you are aware of that. I was not going to run anymore. It was that, even when I filed reluctantly. After all, hindi masyadong malinaw ang mga party lines. And I really decided to come back when I saw that incident when a Filipino was shot, a fiscal at that, and I gave a privilege speech here in Cavite. Pinatay siya at habang siya ay nag-skipping rope. At nung napatay siya, it broke my heart. It broke back memories of my father being assassinated. Pinatay. When I saw that young man, yung anak, not more than 15 years old, go out, and he was crying out, "Daddy, Daddy." Kala niya nag-skipping rope, nahimatay lang, yung pala, patay na yung kanyang tatay. At nakita ko, tumakas yung motorsiklo, palabas, at sinabi ng kapulisan, ayan yung bata, at hinihila niya yung tatay niya, pero patay na yung kanyang ama. And nakita ko yung motorsiklo, kaya yun, lumabas, at later on, nahuli di umano, pero hanggang ngayon, nung sinabi sa akin ang report, sila sabi, hindi raw nila ma-file kahit na nagkumpisal na dahil dalawa ang confession na ginawa at both were contradicting one another. I hope the Senate would look into that. I had wanted to look into that if I had been able to come back. Because that's precisely why I said to my wife, who is the happiest right now, the happiest that I'm no longer a senator. Tagal niya na sinasabi sa akin, dami na natin nagawa, dami natin pagsubok, at ngayon, nasa bahay ko palagi, and I'm glad that my wife is happy. My grandchildren are arriving tonight from Hong Kong, and we're very excited. You know, this is the only thing that makes me happy right now is that I can make my wife smile at me instead of admitting me every night with concern and, you know, saying that I don't pay too much attention to my family. There's always a price for it. So having said that, I thought I would just say, as I said yesterday, I thought that was my valedictory. I said yesterday, I apologize even beforehand na wala akong sinasaktan na senador doon sa aking talumpati kagabi. Nakanya-kanya tayo eh. Yun ang gusto ninyo, yun ang akin. May prinsipyo ako na sinasabi ko na dapat tayo inelect para tayo ay sabihin natin kung paano tayo boboto, kung ano ang pananaw natin, kung tama o mali, at may karapatan ang ating bayan malaman kung ano ang ating mga boto. Lalo na sa isang issue na napakalaki na nagimbal ang buong bansa habang may pandemic. Nahihiya naman ako sa sarili ko na hindi ako successful na makita na itong mga taong ito na nangulimbat at pinakita habang nangungulimbat sa kanila yung magagara nilang auto at magagara nilang bahay. Ngayon magtatanong pa tayo kung ano mangyayari sa kanila ngayon. I leave it to the next Senate or I leave it to the next administration to do whatever needs to be done on that point. And I don't look at the intention of any senator who voted against. I respect that, as I said yesterday. The important thing is, what really disappoints me there, if there is any disappointment, was that dapat pumirma. And I thank Senator Recto, he was one of the last signatories of the people who voted. And you know, we could have said we will amend, as Senator Lacson did, and as some of you did, we will amend. But hindi na pinakita yun eh. And I think and that is wrong, and you can fault me for it, but we need to explain ourselves insofar as that is concerned, because I think we owe the public that explanation. But then, tapos na yan. Wala na yan. I turn the page and I move on. As I move on, I have nothing, like I said, but superb thanks for having had the privilege of being able to serve this country, even as a COMCOM delegate or even as a volunteer. Malaking pasasalamat ko sa ating mga kababayan na pinagtiwalaan tayo. Wala akong sama ng loob. Kahit ano pa sabihin nyo, hindi ako nasasabi, dinaya ko. Walang kailangan ganon. Kung nagpadaya ka, kasalanan mo yun. At kung natalo ka, talo ka. Hindi naman kailangan sabihin lahat mananalo tayo. But the very fact that some people still voted for us, kuno, and some people allegedly did not vote for us, okay lang yan. Because hindi naman ating pag-aari ang posisyon. As I said, leadership is action, it's not position. But I cannot leave here without thanking my good friend, Senator De Lima. I think he's about to be canonized here in the Senate. Hindi bagay, hindi bagay. But Senator De Lima has a great heart. It's a big man with a big heart. And by the way, I'd like to correct Senator Recto. Pareho kami pinanganak 1945. Nauna lang yung magulang ko, dahil mabilis yung mga Gordon. Nauna lang ako ng 3 buwan kay Senator De Lima. So I now end this particular phase of my life with friends like Senator De Lima, Senator Soto, and all of you. I will still be here. And kung kailangan nyo ng dugo, andyan ako. Kung kailangan nyo ng ambulansya, andyan ako. Kung kailangan nasusunog yung bahay nyo, andyan pa rin ako. At kung kailangan kong humingin ang tulong sa inyo sa Red Cross, magbigay kayo ng donation, huwag kayong magtago. And it's important that we realize that, because the best act of a ban, I think, and I encourage your children to join the Red Cross, is if they can volunteer their souls and their lives for something bigger than them. And that is what this is all about. We may be senators and we think we're VIPs. We're big. We're not. People are bigger, and our task is bigger than all of us. And that is why we must never forget not to shirk from our responsibility. Whenever we are faced with very, very controversial issues, to have ourselves counted. Again, I'm not preaching. I just thank everyone for the participation in all the investigations. Sila Senator Pangilinan, si Senator Entreveros, some of you. Even Senator Marcos participated in a very controversial investigation. She may not have voted for it. That's fine with me. I've had that before. I've had that before in the Constitutional Convention. As mayor, I've had people reject some of my initiatives. Life is not perfect. Life is never complete. And you can do all the things, as Senator De Lima, and if I may go under his umbrella, has done in his native Iloilo and all over the country. Marami tayong mga pinagawang infrastructure. Nakakagulat yung mga ginawa sa Iloilo at yung ginawa rin naman natin sa Subic, na ginaya na rin ng Mariveles, na ginaya rin ng Clark, at ginaya rin ng Baguio at saka ng ibang lugar. At ngayon, yung Bulacan. So I was privileged the other day to co-sponsor Bulacan. Having said that, therefore, when the Roman general parades himself in Rome, after his conquest, he's not allowed to bring his army. There's always somebody behind him in his chariot with a laurel leaf saying, "Sic transit gloria mundi." Amidst all the cheers, amidst all the applause, a man is behind the chariot, behind the general, and he has that laurel leaf, and he's saying, "Sic transit gloria mundi." All glory is temporary. And what is important is like what Lenin said, there is no price in yesterday's fish. I want to counsel all of you because in our calling, whatever you do today will soon be forgotten, and people will always be demanding and say, "What are you going to do for me today?" And that is the greatest danger, my friends. The greatest danger today is the politics of money. I saw that in the last campaign, even worse. Makalat ang pera, and hindi maalis even sa Amerika ganyan. Hindi naman ako nangangaral, nakakatakot lang. Because ang importante, ang pagboto, katulad din ng pagboto natin sa Senado ng tao, ay dapat on the basis always of principle, of vision. Based on your values, based on your capability to volunteer yourself for the greatness of our country. And so today, I end this particular phase of my life. See, I don't retire. This is just a phase in my life, in my journey. We all wish for a longer life, but you never know. Somebody can do something to you, or you can get sick. I have people who are very rich who are sick right now in a coma, and I grieve for them. And so today, pagpasensya nyo na ako, palagi nyo sinasabi, mahaba ako magsalita, mabilis ako magsalita. Hindi, kulang lang ang edukasyon nyo, kaya nahahabaan kayo sa akin. O mabilis ako magsalita, hindi, mabagal lang kayo mag-isip. All in a joke, of course, because we're friends. I can joke that way, but I never spoke to satisfy myself. I try to speak, I try to reach out, and that is leadership. You have to reach out and change mindsets. And in the Senate is the greatest place where you can change mindsets. Sometimes you win, Sometimes you lose. But the most important thing is you must always make the people win. So I close. The very nice phrase from one of my favorite authors. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but we all have promises to keep and miles to go before we sleep. Maraming salamat sa inyo, and may God bless all of you and the Republic of the Philippines.
Thank you, Senator Gordon. Session suspended.
Thank you very much. There's a request from our colleagues, Mr. President, especially to those who are graduating. If they can still stay for a few more minutes, I think Senator Ralph is about to leave, so that we can have a photo with you. It'll be an honor for all of us to have a photo with everyone. We're going to move really quickly, Mr. President. There's just one last speech to be given by one of our colleagues. I will forego already my speeches because tonight is their night. Tonight is your night, Mr. President.
Yes,
Today is your night.
the graduating.
Yes, sir. We can no longer share any more anecdotes. You've shared them all. And I think the light should shine with all of you. But before we end, we'd like to recognize Senator Joel Villanueva for a short speech, Mr. President. Also honoring the 8 of you.
Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President. Maikling pagpupugay lang po. Madalas nasasabi ko dito sa bulwagang ito that the Bible says, give honor to whom honor is due. This is our last day of the 18th Congress, and it's just but proper, Mr. President, to reiterate and emphasize our appreciation and remarkable messages of gratitude for our graduating colleagues here in the Senate. Dear colleagues, I believe that each one of us is chosen and given the opportunity to serve God in our country. I believe in my heart that God worked through each one of us to actualize His purpose for His people and our nation. In Romans 8:28, it says, and we know that in all things, God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. Kaya po, sa lahat ng mga kasamahan nating nakakumpleto ng kanilang mandatong ipinagkaloob ng taong bayan at binigyan ng pagkakataon ng ating Panginoon, pagkilala, pagsaludo, at pasasalamat po sa bawat isa sa inyo. Senator Ping Lacson, my Kuya Ping, such a great honor and privilege na makatrabaho po kayo. Ang tanging regret ko lang, hindi ko nalaman, Senator Ping, yung beauty care products ginagamit ninyo hanggang ngayon. Kung meron man po akong gustong maging sa larangan ng serbisyo publiko, noon pa man, ay hayag ko ng sinasabi na ito ay ang maging katulad ni Senator Ping Lacson. A long time ago, and I'm sure you will recall, Kuya Ping, when you helped me in the lower house, as the youngest member of Congress representing Sibak Party List to refine House Bill number 3309 or the Frontline Service Information Bill, which later on was integrated into Anti-Red Tape Act of 2007. Ito po ang isa sa mga unang batas na naipasa ko noon sa Kamara. Mula po noon hanggang ngayon, nakita ko ang consistency ng inyong krusada. Malinis na pamahalaan, gobyernong walang korupsyon, kaunlarang nakasandig sa good governance. Kuya Ping, you fought the good fight. Sir, sigurado ko na lang na maiiwan ang tanong na ito sa 4 na sulok ng bulwagang ito. Senator Ping how to be you. Senator Manny Pacquiao, Brad, I will miss sharing God's word with you every single day na nagkakasama tayo dito. At sa palagay ko, hindi ka lang dapat pambansang kamao, kundi pambansang puso rin. I can see the pureness of your heart. You have the best intentions for our country, especially for our poor kababayans. At nakita po yan at nadama ng milyong-milyong Pilipino, lalo na nitong matapos na kampanya kung saan napatunayan mo, Senator Manny Pacquiao, ang malinis at tapat mong hangarin para sa bayan. You are truly a man of destiny. God bless you, my brother, and I love you with the love of the Lord. Senator Laila De Lima, thank you for your courage. Ipinakita mo ang tapang mo bilang isang mambabatas, isang babae, at dahil dito, napuno mo rin ng tapang at pag-asa ang puso ng marami nating kababayan. Nagpapasalamat din po ako sa iyong tiwala sa akin na pangunahan ang pagdoble ng social pension para sa ating mga indigent senior citizens, and my prayers are with you, Sen. Laila. Kay Senator Kiko Pangilinan, many of you just recently heard about our story when we first met in Boston during our younger years. At Senator Kiko, kung paano kita nakilala noon, ganoon pa rin ang pagkakakilala ko sa iyo hanggang ngayon. Hindi ka nagbago. More importantly, your values, beliefs, and aspirations remain the same. And I know that even outside the Senate, even in your private life, hindi mo bibitawan ang laban at pangarap mo para sa bayan, lalo na para sa ating mga magsasaka na nagpapakain at bumubuhay sa ating mga Pilipino. I still think that you're the coolest plantito, or better yet, farm tito, Senator Kiko. Kay Senator Richard Gordon, Tito Dick, alam mo naman ang sama ng loob ko sa iyo nung college ako. One day before you came in sa UST, sinabi mo magcha-chopper ka, kaya hirap na hirap akong humanap ng permit doon sa City of Manila at sa rector ng UST. But there's no better way, Tito Dick, to describe Senator Dick Gordon than the word wow. You make us wow with your achievements. You make us wow with your never-ending desire to make our country the shining star and the intellectual capital of Asia. Truly, a person like you comes once in a lifetime. Nakakahawa po ang inyong enthusiasm at mas nakakabilib ang talas ng iyong memorya at fluency ng inyong ideas. I admire you for speaking with confidence and authority in your interjections during interpellations and debates, and for voicing out the truth which many of us dare not even think about. Kay Senator Senior Brad Ralph Recto, my idol, at tama yung sabi ni Senator Grace, pag sinabi sa'yo ni Senator Ralph, may konting tanong lang ako dyan, mga 2-3 questions. Ibig sabihin nun, 2-3 weeks kayong magdidebate. Tuwing magsasalita kayo, Senior Brad, Senator Ralph, hindi pwedeng hindi ako titigil sa ginagawa ko para makinig sa iyo. At kapag nagbitiw na po kayo ng mga argumento, alam kong papunta pa lang kayo dun sa exciting part. The part where you support your arguments with numbers, lots of numbers and data. Your speeches remind me of what Simon Sinek often says, if your words are simple, people can understand them. If people can understand your words, they can repeat them. And if your words can be repeated, your ideas will spread. Brad, indeed, your ideas have spread far and wide, from Lipa, Batangas, to all other points of the country. Senator Ralph, what I will truly miss about you is your exceptional way of presenting your ideas and how you make it easy to do what matters most. You always know the effortless way of doing things with significant impact and big results. Maraming salamat. Senator Frank Drilon, I always call him the guru of gurus. Alam ko, nakikinig siya kahit di siya nakatingin sa akin. You are truly the big man, Senator Frank. Hindi nyo lang po alam, Tito Frank, noong pinag-partner tayo noong 2016 elections, araw-araw po kinikilig ako at na-starstruck sa inyo. Alam ng mga staff po ninyo, pagka sinasabi po sa akin, masaya kayo dahil tumatawa kayo sa mga corny jokes ko. Tuwang-tuwa din po ako. Nang maging chairman po ako ng Labor Committee and knowing that you once held the top post in Dole, araw-araw naman pong parang nawiwiwi ako tuwing nakikita ko ang pangalan yung kayo ang unang magtatanong sa akin. Sa hirap ng mga tanong na kailangan kong pag-aralan ang mga sagot. But kidding aside, Tito Frank, most of the things I need to learn, I learned from you. Madami po tayong naipasang batas sa Labor Committee, but without you, Tito Frank, those laws will not be the kind of laws we want for our countrymen. We will always look up to you, Tito Frank, for guidance and sagacious advice. Maraming salamat po. Last but not the least, how can I honor our idol? I call him the best SP, my Senate President, Tito Soto. Tito Sen, thank you for leading the Senate and for your genuine desire to always reach across the aisle to achieve practical and doable solutions. We will never forget, Tito Sen, your tender love and care for this institution in which we all serve. Alam po ito ng ating mga kababayan, kaya naman kayo ang nakakuha ng second highest approval rating among country's top 5 national officials. Pulse Asia po yan, December 2021, ulat ng bayan. To me personally, you are like our Senate tatay. And every time I look at you, parang I'm looking at my own father. Hindi ko po sinasabing magkamukha kayo ni Brother Eddie, baka magalit saan si Tita Helen. Stricto pero hindi ka pababayaan. Yung klase na ipaparamdam na palaging may sasalo o bubuhat sa'yo. Kaya Tito Sen, your work ethic is unparalleled. Wala po kayong absent sa trabaho since 2010. Maybe it is the reason why your knowledge on parliamentary rules is unmatched and why your institutional memory of the Senate is sharp as ever. But what I will personally miss about you, Tito Sen, is the way you tell stories and your perfectly timed humor and anecdotes that give us a sense of peace and calm during stressful floor deliberations. Muli, taos-puso at maraming salamat po. Mahal namin kayo, Ginoong Pangulo. 8 remarkable senators and statesmen. Napakaganda po ng numero, 8, 8, 8 which is the infinity symbol. Sa nakalipas na mga taon na ipakita po ninyo ang limitlessness ng inyong pagmamahal sa bayan at hindi ito matatapos ngayong araw bagkos mas malalim at titindi pa because you are all seekers. You are all eager to learn. You are all and above all because you know that our cause for a better Philippines is not yet finished. At sabi nga po nila, once a senator, always a senator. I have no iota of doubt that you will all continue to add your voices on a host of important national issues like education, employment, poverty, human rights, good governance, sovereignty, climate change, sports, etc. Lastly, gusto ko pong sabihin, sariwa pa po ang katatapos na halalan. At muli kong napatunayan kung gaano kahirap ang muling makatuntong dito sa Senado. Marami po sa inyo ang hindi lang 1, 2, 3 beses o higit pang sumabak sa laban sa Senado. Marami rin po sa inyo ang paulit-ulit na nagtagumpay at alam kong magtatagumpay muli kung sakaling susuong muli sa laban sa hinaharap. Instead of saying goodbye, I will say, see you soon. It has been an honor. It has been a fantastic experience and a great honor working with you, Senator Ping, Senator Brad Manny, Senator Laila, Senator Kiko, Senator Tito Dick, Senator Senior Brad Ralph, Tito Frank, Senator Frank, and SP Tito Sen. I do hope that our personal relationship will remain and continue. I guess it's also never too late to say YOLO, Y-O-L-O. You only live once. So while you are outside the Senate, go for an adventure. Explore the world. Exercise, please. And most of all, spend quality, enjoyable time with your family and loved ones. Maraming salamat po at muli pagpalain ng Panginoong Diyos ang buong Senado. Mabuhay ang Senado ng Republika ng Pilipinas.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Joel Villanueva. Majority Leader.
Also, another colleague of ours, Mr. President, give a short remarks for tonight and to magbigay pugay po sa ating mga retirees, or not retirees, but honorees tonight. No other than Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
Senator Ronald De La Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Barely 3 years ago, I was a new fight senator who brought with me more than half of a lifetime's worth of experience in law enforcement. All around me, people harbored questions. Kaya ba ni Bato maging senador? Ano magagawa ng isang pulis sa Senado? Questions that I have heard far too often. I have been doubted since day one of my term. My critics have every right to do so. After all, the Senate is a public office and it is not mine but the people's. Gayunpaman, ang pangamba ng marami ay itinuring kong motibasyon upang lalo pang pagbutihin ang aking trabaho. Pero hindi naman sapat ang motibasyon lang. Everything that I have accomplished this Congress, I owe it to you, my colleagues in the 18th Congress. Every day has been a humbling experience, and yet you have given me every bit of confidence to continue and to push for my advocacies. There is always a spirit of good cheer whenever the last day of session comes. Everyone looks forward to a culmination of all our hard work and effort. Today, however, a different sort of cheer can be felt because we know that on this last session day of the 18th Congress, we are also paying tribute to our colleagues who will no longer be with us as we move forward to entering the 19th Congress. Senator Laila De Lima and Senator Kiko Pangilinan. We may have found each other on opposite sides of the fence several times, but I have always held deep respect for them both. I respect their sense of truth and justice, as well as their resolve to stand their ground. Senator Gordon, I wish to honor him for his commitment to be impartial, especially in handling the issues dealt with by the Blue Ribbon Committee. As he has so rightly expressed, we all are born with rights, but we are also born with duties and responsibilities. I thank Senator Gordon for reminding us to be true to our duties and responsibilities as senators of the Republic. And I would like to thank you, sir, personally for my very memorable moment in the Senate when I debated with you during the deliberation of the Judicial Martial Bill. Nakita ko kasi, sir, na medyo nahirapan kang kumbinsihin ako, kaya masaya na rin ako kahit papaano. Thank you, sir, for that. Senator Manny Pacquiao, the one person in this august chamber whose background of hardship and poverty matches mine the most. I admire him for pushing through the cruelties of circumstance and choosing to beat the odds. Sinong mag-aakala ng isang Manny at ang isang Bato ay balang araw magiging mga senador ng Republika? Ours is an unexpected destiny, only because one simply cannot equate expectation with destiny. I thank Senator Manny Pacquiao for being proof of that. And siguro si Manny Pacquiao lang ang politiko na namimigay ng pera kahit walang eleksyon. Kaya masaya ako, nagiging kaibigan si Senator Manny Pacquiao. Kahit walang eleksyon, namimigay ng pera. Pero pag may eleksyon na, wala ng pera kasi bawal naman. Bawal na. Oh, pero pag walang eleksyon, namimigay. Dahil napakabait na tao. Senator Ping Lacson, sir, whom I still call sir with honor. I know him to be the most incorruptible person in this planet. He once joked that I seem to be following his footsteps closely. He was the chief PNP. I also became the chief PNP. He became senator. I also became a senator. And for a short time, I too was a candidate for president. The short of it, Mr. President, is that wherever he goes, Senator Lacson blazes a trail that I cannot help but follow. That in itself is leadership, and his is the kind that goes well beyond position. Our Senate President pro tempore, Senator Ralph Ricto, I will always be in awe of his keen attention to detail, his willingness to think through every technicality in proposed bill. They say the devil is in the details, but I dare say it is not the devil, but Senator Ricto, Mr. President. His acute powers of observation should be emulated by those who follow in his footsteps. Our beloved Senate Minority Leader, Senator Franklin Drilon. Tapos ako umiyak, sir. Ayoko na umiyak. I can rightly consider my first 3 years here in the Senate as my formative years, and I am more than grateful to experience how it is to be put under the microscope of Senator Frank. I have had much to learn, but no learning is wasted if one is blessed with an excellent model. Hindi ko po pipigilan ang sarili kong sabihin na maswerte ako na nakasama ko si Senator Drilon, nakasama sa kwentuhan, sa debate, sa pagbuo ng mga batas na makabubuti sa bayan. At ulitin ko, sir, sinabi na rin ni Senator Pacquiao kanina, naawa ako sa mga incoming new fight senators, si Senator Rafi Tulfo, si Senator Ruben Padilla, Senator Mark Villar. They are deprived of the chance of going to school under you. And I'm very lucky, sir, to have went to school with you, under you, to be schooled by you. Salamat, sir. And of course, our Senate President, Vicente Soto III. I will never forget that one time when we were voting for the adoption of the first bicameral report on BFP modernization. Almost everyone voted against the report. But I say now, and as I said then, I am proud that in that moment, my Senate President voted with me. Hindi mo po ako iniwan, sir. Maraming salamat po. To the Senate President, who knows the Senate rules by heart, always has our back, and whose life is a testament to his love of country, I remain eternally grateful. Ang sabi nga sa akin kanina ng aking seatmate, aking buddy na si Senator Bongo, sabi niya, pare, mabuti ka at ang bilis mo naka-adjust dito sa Senado. Marunong ka nang mamulitika dito sa Senado. Ang bilis mo naka-adjust. Kahit pulis ka dati. Sabi ko sa kanya, alam mo pare, ang aking sekreto dyan, sekreto akong tinuturuan ni Senate President Tito Soto kung paano gawin yan. Kaya napakagaling na magturo yan sa Senator Tito Soto talaga. Maraming salamat, sir. Naka-adjust ako dahil sa'yo. Ang galing mo magturo. Thank you po, sir. So if you happen to be one of the people who questioned or are still questioning my capability, my worth as a senator, kaya ba ng isang general bato? Here is my secret. I have had the honor of having the best colleagues who have guided me along the way. 24 senators, and as they say, 24 republics, and yet some of them took time to show me the ropes. Ang sarap po ng feeling kung ikaw ay bagito at ikaw ay tinutulungan ng iyong mga veteranong kasama. Hindi ka pinapabayaan. I cannot think of any other way to repay your kindness but to protect our beloved institution and continue to serve our people through meaningful pieces of legislation. To the 18th Congress and to all that we have stood for, my warmest congratulations. Daghan kaayong salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ronald De La Rosa. Ngayon ko lang nalaman na ang bato pala may luha. Majority Leader.
Do we need to do the reference? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, with that, we may now proceed with the final resolutions for sine die adjournment. Whew. Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1012.
Secretary will read the title of the resolution without prejudice to inserting the text of the said resolution into the records.
Proposed Senate Resolution number 1012, resolution declaring as read and approved the Journal of the 43rd Session of the Senate.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the proposed Senate Resolution 1012.
Any objection? Chair hears none. PS Resolution 1012 is hereby adopted. Before you continue, Mr. Majority Leader, just for the record, as chair of the Committee of the Whole, I still continued with the work that I started, so I submitted into the Bills and Index the report of the Committee of the Whole on the vegetable smuggling. Now, just for the record. And there were complete signatures by our colleagues, but there were 5 who wanted their signatures included but were not able to. So I'm just placing on record that they wanted to sign and that we can consider them as joined the report. Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Francis Tolentino, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Senator Sani Angara, and Senator Pia Cayetana. For the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr.
May
President.
proceed.
Mr. President, to proceed, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1013.
Hearing no objection, the Secretary will read the title of the resolution and insert into the records the text.
Proposed Senate Resolution number 1013, resolution authorizing the production and distribution of 20 printed and 100 digital copies of the Journal and the Record of the Senate for the 3rd regular session of the 18th Congress of the Philippines.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, moving forward, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1013.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Resolution 1013 is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Concurrent Resolution number 20.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary will read the title of the resolution and insert into the records the text of the said resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution number 20, concurrent resolution providing for the adjournment of the 3rd regular session of the 18th Congress of the Philippines not later than 12 o'clock midnight today, June 1, 2022.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we adopt Senate Concurrent Resolution number 20.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Senate Concurrent Resolution number 20 is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, in conformity with the Senate Concurrent Resolution we just adopted, I move that the Committee of the Senate as provided therein be composed of your choices, Mr. President.
To inform?
Yes, this is on Senate Resolution number 20. On the panel that will inform the President of our Sineji. May I ask for 1 minute suspension?
Committee of
Mr.
3.
President? Only 3, I think. Only 3. You may choose
Committee
3,
of
Mr.
3.
President.
Then, of course, Senator Mig Subiri, Senator Ronald De La Rosa, and Senator Nancy Binay.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I believe that some of our colleagues, well, we mentioned earlier, are concluding their stint in Congress, in the 18th Congress, rather, and we had heard their voices. But we are going to commend one by one our colleagues, Mr. President. I move that we consider the proposed Senate Resolution number 1014.
Hearing no objection, the Secretary will read the title of the resolution and insert to the records the text of said resolution.
Proposed Senate Resolution Number 1014, resolution commending the Honorable Senator Laila De Lima for her unselfish and dedicated service to the Senate and the nation during her term as Senator.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1014.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Resolution 1014 is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1015.
Secretary will read the title of the said resolution, inserting to the records the text, if there is no objection.
Proposed Senate Resolution Number 1015, resolution commending the Honorable Senator Richard J. Gordon for his invaluable and dedicated service to the Senate and the nation during his term as Senator.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt Senate Resolution number 1015.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Resolution 1015 is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1016.
Hearing no objection, the Secretary will read the title of the resolution and insert into the records the text of the said resolution.
Proposed Senate Resolution Number 1016, resolution commending the Honorable Senator Panfilo M. Lacson for his invaluable contributions to the Senate and the Filipino people during his term as Senator.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1016.
Any objection? Chair hears none. PS Resolution 1016 is adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1017.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary will read the title of the resolution and insert to the records the text.
Proposed Senate Resolution Number 1017, resolution commending the Honorable Senator Emmanuel Manny D. Pacquiao for his invaluable contributions to the Senate and the Filipino people during his term as Senator.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1017.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Senate Resolution 1017 is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1018.
Hearing no objection, the Secretary will read the title of the resolution, insert into the records the text of the resolution.
Proposed Senate Resolution Number 1018, resolution commending the Honorable Senator Francis N. Pangilinan for his invaluable contributions to the Senate and the Filipino people during his term as Senator.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1018.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Senate Resolution 1018 is approved. Adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1019.
Hearing no objection, the Secretary will read the title of the measure, the resolution, and insert into the records the text of the said resolution.
Proposed Senate Resolution Number 1019, resolution commending the Minority Leader of the Senate, the Honorable Franklin M. Drilon, for his invaluable and exemplary contributions during the 18th Congress of the Philippines.
Mr. President, it's an honor for me to move for the approval of concurrent of this resolution 1019. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. PS Resolution 1019 is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move to consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1020.
Are you sure?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Not me. I withdraw my motion. Apparently, this is me.
I recognize Senator Joy Villanueva.
Mr. President, our prospective
Practicing
majority floor leader.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1020. So moved, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the Secretary will read the title of the said resolution and, without prejudice to inserting into the records the text of the said resolution.
Proposed Senate Resolution Number 1020, resolution commending the chairman of the Committee on Rules and Majority Leader, the Honorable Juan Miguel F. Zubiri, for his excellent performance and outstanding leadership in steering the deliberations of the 18th Congress of the Philippines.
Mr. President, I move to adopt, Mr. President, said resolution.
Any objection? Chair hears none. PS Resolution 1020 is hereby adopted.
Where am I now? Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1021.
Hearing no objection, the Secretary will read the title of the resolution inserted in the record text.
Proposed Senate Resolution number 1021, resolution commending the Senate President pro tempore, the Honorable Ralph G. Recto, for his excellent performance and invaluable contributions to the success of the 18th Congress of the Philippines.
Mr. President, I move to adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1021.
Move to adopt? Anyway.
I move to adopt, Mr. President.
Yes, hearing no objection, the said resolution is hereby adopted.
May I ask for a 1-minute suspension so that Senator Rector can proceed to the podium.
Session suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1022.
Please read the title of the resolution.
Proposed Senate Resolution number 1022, resolution expressing the sincere appreciation and profound gratitude of the Senate to its President, the Honorable Vicente C. Soto III, for his exemplary and outstanding performance during the 18th Congress of the Philippines.
Mr. President, it's an honor for me to make this motion, and I believe everybody here as well in our 18th Congress. We move to adopt the proposed Senate Resolution number 1022.
Is there any objection? There being none, proposed Senate Resolution 1022 is adopted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Session
we'd like to-
suspended.
Thank you. Yeah. Then tayo na. Recognize you.
Thank you, our President Pro Tem. Session resumed.
Mr. President, I believe our distinguished colleague from the minority, our distinguished chairperson of the Committee on Women and Children, Family Relations, no other than Senator Risa Ontiveros would like to be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to make this brief and heartfelt manifestation as a member of the 18th Congress Senate, a member of the minority, and yes, as chairperson of the Senate Committee on Women. I told this to the Senate President previously, but I would like to make it a record for the knowledge of our colleagues here in the Senate and the knowledge of the public as well. Sometime last year, I paid a courtesy call on the good Senate President, seeking and receiving his commitment of support for the passage of no less than 5 pending bills. And these were the then bills on domestic administrative adoption, on anti-online sexual abuse and exploitation of children, on anti-trafficking of persons, on prohibiting child marriage, and the foundling bill. In addition to all the accolades that have already been accorded the good Senate President, may I make it of record in open session that the good Senate President, and to say this on the last day of his service as our Senate President of the 18th Congress, kept his word. Marami pong salamat, Senate President, sa ikabubuti po ng mas marami pang Pilipinong kababaihan at kabataan itong mga panukala na inyong tinulungang maging mga batas ng ating Republika. Mabuhay po kayo.
Thank you. You're most welcome. Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, may we recognize the distinguished minority leader, Senator Franklin M. Drilon.
Senator Frank Drilon is recognized, the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to sponsor the last resolution that I have authored in the Senate. And that is the resolution which will elect a President pro tempore effective June 29, 2022. But before that, Mr. President, let me take a few minutes of your time to put on record my admiration, my respect for the Senate President, Senator Vicente Soto, for his having guided this chamber in the last several years of his incumbency. One of the most productive sessions that I've ever attended. And mind you, Mr. President, you did this with the COVID pandemic in our midst. I have not attended physically the Senate sessions, but you, Mr. President, out of your dedication to public service, never had second thoughts about attending in person our sessions and guiding this chamber to the passage of laws for the benefit and needed by our country. So let me put on record my commendation and congratulations for a job well done, Mr. President. Having said that, Mr. President, let me now proceed to the last official act that I will be performing as a senator of the 18th Congress, and that is moving to elect our... Sorry? Yes. You see, Mr. President, what I am doing here, as I have done in the past 6 years, is to follow the instructions of the majority leader. Because indeed, Mr. President, this is a critical and precedent-setting resolution. Under Rule 7, Section 10 of the Rules of the Senate, the term of office of the President pro tempore, the Secretary, and the Sergeant-at-Arms shall begin upon their election and end when their successors have been elected. The term of office of senators, the term of office as senators of the incumbent Senate President, Vicente C. Soto III, and the Senate President pro tempore, Ralph G. Recto, shall end at noon of June 30, 2022, in accordance with Article 6, Section 4 of the Constitution. The office of the Senate President and the President pro tempore therefore become vacant at noon of June 30, 2022. No officer of the Senate will be on board. It is in that regard that we are sponsoring this resolution. As a continuing institution, Mr. President, it is imperative that the Senate have a president or a president pro tempore between June 30, 2022, and the organization of the Senate in the 19th Congress on July 25, 2022, so that the powers and duties of the Chief Executive of the Senate under Rule 3 of the Rules of the Senate may be fully discharged without interruption. The Constitution provides for certain contingencies that make it necessary and incumbent for the Senate to always have a president or a president pro tempore who can discharge the powers and duties of a Senate president. As chairman of the Committee on Rules and the majority leader of the Senate since May of 2018, and also from November 17, 2008 to June 30, 2010, as well as being among the senior members of the chamber who have the required experience and familiarity with the workings and operations of the Senate, Senator Juan Miguel F. Zubiri is most suited and qualified to be elected Senate President pro tempore and to discharge its duties and under Rule 5 of the Rules of the Senate. And, Mr. President, I understand that the Senator Zubiri has the votes of the senators in the 19th Congress to become the next Senate President of the 19th Congress. And let me therefore be the first to congratulate Senator Zubiri in his, for all the work that he's done. And it is indeed a privilege for me that as a last official act of this representation, apart from recognizing our Senate President for his work, is our opportunity to nominate Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri as Senate President pro tempore, effective June 29, 2022. We so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Resolution electing Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri as President pro tempore effective 29th of June 2022 is hereby adopted. Thank you, gentlemen. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Actually, Mr. President, this is an officer in charge post because to continue the explanation, if there is no officer in charge at that time, no one will be signing the checks of the Senate. We will not be able to conduct business and will not be able to pay the salaries of our people. So it is really just an officer in charge, and we will subject ourselves again to election once we come back, of course,
July,
before the
25th.
SONA on the last Monday of July.
The 25th of July.
The 25th of July. So, pang ano lang po ito, pang pirmahan ng cheque to make sure that everything is in order when we come back on the 25th of July. Mr. President, I will miss you all. I will miss all the honorees tonight. But it's never farewell. It's that we see each other again. And I know you will always be part of the Senate, whether you are elected in this chamber or not. I know for a fact Tito Frank is already being asked to be the consultant of so many of our colleagues here. See Senator Ralph as well when it comes to the numbers. And of course, to lead us as a moral compass, our Senate President, Senator Gordon, Senate President Soto, and I know people like Senator Manny Pacquiao and Senator Ralph Recto, even Senator Francis Pangilinan also would come back to this August chamber. Who did I miss? And of course, Senator Lacson, who, as said earlier by Senator Ralph, what is that? Apostolic, ay mga apo daw, apostolic mission in life. So with that, Mr. President, I move that the third regular session of this historic 18th Congress of the Philippines on the part of the Senate be adjourned sine die. So move, Mr. President.
I shall close the 18th Congress with gratitude in my heart and a prayer that our country will always be under the Almighty Father's care. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion, by virtue of the authority vested in me, as the motion is approved, I hereby declare the third regular session of the 18th Congress of the Philippines on the part of the Senate adjourned sine die.